Hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently March the 6th. So as of now, you have the indices gapping up pretty substantially on the session here. So we're going to see if this market can actually hold its technical gap up or if it's something that gets faded. Screens look different, better than before. Yeah, so I have it 3 screens now just to give you more data. I mean, I could do 4. I could even do 8, but I think 3 manages to give us, an index view. So the QQQ on the left here, and then we have Apple, obviously gapping up as well, 171.40, and then we have Microsoft, simultaneously looking at Microsoft. But as of now, it is one of those mega caps that are seeing some pre-market pressure when everything else is remaining strong. So indices are gapping up. QQQ, you can see, basically had a big sell-off yesterday inside of this parallel channel, and now we're gapping up way above this channel, attacking the gap window on the Qs. If we get above gap window, then we go to gap fill. That would be pretty amazing to see. Obviously, we have 9:45 a.m. We have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision, so that could influence the dollar. Right now, the dollar is selling off into that. It's approaching the daily 50 moving average, sitting at 103.39. Then you have Jay Powell, who testifies at 10 a.m. So within 15 minutes, you're going to have pretty volatile price action. We are seeing oil rip higher today. Nat gas is slightly green. Semis are strong across the board. So there is a lot of strength in this market as of right now. There's a lot of strength off of the gap up. I think that Apple's a favored long at this point in time. Waits to see if we get any sort of consolidation, but I do think Apple's a potential strong candidate to go long. Good morning, it's Common Sense. Good morning, Briston. Good morning, Ram. And good morning, NVDA. Good morning, good morning. So yeah, we have 3 charts. We're watching Apple, Microsoft, and the Qs. You can see NVIDIA as well simultaneously is NVIDIA is also pushing for that new all-time high. I do believe it is. Yep, there you go. NVIDIA is at new all-time highs. Can you believe that? Just a monster. It's a monster stock. Currently up on the session 4%. So, I mean, it's just ripping nonstop. I do think we could see maybe some little bit of price action, profit taking on NVIDIA. All right, guys, markets are set to open in 2 minutes. Again, yields down, dollar down, VIX down, oil up. So you have 3 out of the 4 tailwinds for the markets to push higher are in favor of the indices, but you still have weakness in the dollar market. You still have a lot of economic data that could change things. I could see the S&P pushing all the way up to about 511. And then there's some pretty big resistance. I mean, you enter that gap window resistance, which is around 510.72 on the S&P. And see that this first level of resistance on the Qs is probably going to be a little bit of a short zone. I do think that that could be a short zone. So we'll keep our eye on NVIDIA here and Apple. Apple, again, extremely oversold on the daily chart. So I still think that there could be a scenario where we see some profit taking in semis, rotation into Apple. It's just completely been thrown out. Pretty much trading in almost a bear market, Apple. So we're going to see how things shape up here. SMCI is super strong on the session. That one's pushing higher here. But NVIDIA just getting absolutely a monster. Bitcoin had a really big pop back to the high side. Still inside of yesterday's heavy reversal, but it is looking like it wants to push higher here on the charts. You had Abercrombie and Fitch dump about a double-digit dump, and then it got scooped right back up. So that one could be another short trade. Keep on watch, Abercrombie and Fitch. Markets are open, guys. Markets are open. We're seeing a little bit of profit taking coming into Apple. Tesla's getting a big bounce. Microsoft's pushing up. All All right, guys, I'm going to go long Apple. I am going to go long Apple. So keep that on watch. Get ready to go long Apple, guys. Get ready. All right, 170.15. 170.15. I just got filled on Apple, guys. 170.15. 170.15. I just got filled on Apple. That one everyone should have been able to catch really quickly. We're getting a nice bounce. Look at that little bit of a bounce coming into the picture. Just going to flip to the 1 minute chart. You're still seeing strength in NVDA. QQQ still pushing up here. And Tesla's getting absolutely demolished. Microsoft's trying to push. There goes Apple trying to make a new low. So Apple's dipped right back down again. Anybody who didn't get filled the first time, we're right back at entry. I will basically add to the position at this 169.62. That's your pre-market low, but I still think Apple is super, super oversold. You are seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into the Qs here. Nothing crazy. NVIDIA is still holding strong. Meta is still holding its gap up. Amazon's still really strong. So Apple still really hasn't started moving up. You know, it's actually just flat on the session, which is kind of surprising with the Qs up 1%. Just showing how crazy this market is, that Qs are up 1-2% a day and Apple just still lagging the major indices here. Pretty miraculous. Pretty miraculous to see. A lot of selling shaking out in Apple, I do believe. A little bit of a pairs trade, guys. I'm going to short NVIDIA. I'm going to look for a short on NVIDIA here. 877.40. I just got filled. 877.40. 877.40. So we're long Apple, short NVIDIA. Pairs trade in the Qs is being observed. New York Community Bank under pressure again today. So NYCB definitely under pressure. So NVIDIA is just floundering around that double top zone. Apple's still really, really weak. It's actually negative despite the Qs are up. Tesla, interesting pre-market action. Yeah, Tesla had that big drop and then big rip and then a big pump at the open and then a dump. So it's been everywhere. It's been everywhere today. Palantir is obviously seeing some momentum to the upside. We are seeing the Russell performing very, very well. It's up over 1% on the session. Still no movement in Apple. It's still weak on the session. Still very, very weak. All right, guys, I'm taking a short on Abercrombie and Fitch. I just got filled at 136.64. 136.64. Short ANF. Short ANF. 136.64. ANF. It's a high risk trade. It's a small cap. 136.64. I got filled at. We're already in the money at $1.64. So let's see if we can get some more downside. Remember, this dumped about 10 to 14% in the pre-market. It did have earnings today. Got gobbled right back up. But definitely under some near-term pressure. Let's watch the QQQ chart. I'll keep the Qs up here. Apple's still trying to sell off here. Do have crypto stocks pumping. Tesla's still negative on the session. Qs are starting to come in just a little bit. Crowd has moved us. Cynthia, do you recommend buying Crowd calls? Crowd had earnings today, correct? Let me just pull that chart up. Crowd did have earnings today, and obviously it is seeing some money flowing into it. But I never like to chase the earnings gap up. So that's a strong earnings gap up over 18%. And it has technically broken out of this consolidation range if it holds today. It's not a guarantee, right? It's if it holds today, then it's technically broken out of its consolidation range. But if you come back inside this range, then you're going to weaken. Now, if we lose this whole gap up, I think you can buy the gap window as a simple trade. Still just trying to see if Apple can bounce here. QQQ just coming in ever so slightly. You can see that gap window has been a little bit of technical resistance at the moment. Indices are still strong. Still a lot of strength in this market through SMCI, AMD. Google's reversing though. SMCI is up 6%, just over 6%. NVDA is up 2.2%. Apple's still negative. Just can't catch a bid, eh? Apple just can't seem to catch a bid. That Enbridge ENB moving up nicely, getting a continuation move on the daily chart. Looks like it's trying to break out to the upside again. Amazon seeing a reversal. Apple still weak. Microsoft's now coming in again. Google coming in. Come on, Apple. Apple's pre-market high was around 171.40. Pre-market low was around 169.62. Qs and Russell are now coming in pretty sharply here. So the Qs and the Russell are coming in very, very sharply off of the open. NVIDIA is still just floundering at that previous all-time high pivot. Has made a new all-time high. Microsoft again is intriguing at these levels for another long trade. So MSFT, again, another name that's super oversold into some support. It still can't go lower, but I think double bottom is a good risk to reward. So keep that on watch, double bottom. Keep that on watch. So at the moment, we're just holding a short on ANF, which is paying us nicely, a long on Apple, and a short on NVIDIA. So we have some exposure on a pairs trade in the QQQ indice, and we have a short on a small cap here. ANF is actually falling nicely, guys. I'm going to look to take some profits. So I did just cover a little bit of profit there at 134.94. Covered half the position, and I'm going to put a slight in the money stop loss at 136.50. So a nice little gain on Abercrombie and Fitch, roughly of 1.23%, $1.69. So again, covered half, and I'm leaving the other half with an in the money stop loss, and it is going lower here. So let's adjust the stop to 136.15. All right, we'll flip back to the QQQ indice. Big reversal on the Russell 2000. It seems like this gap up is potentially being faded. So we got to watch for that. The gap up is potentially being faded here. Apple's still so weak. Even with this oversold condition on the daily, I'm friggin' shocked that it doesn't want to bounce here. I'm really shocked it doesn't want to. Here at a huge Fibonacci level. Guys, look at that Abercrombie and Fitch fall pretty sharply here. SMCI started to see some sellers. NVIDIA is still strong at the moment. Still just consolidating above your previous high pivot on NVIDIA. You did briefly dip below it. Tesla making new lows. Tesla's trying to put in new lows. Meta's had a nice push higher, holding the majority of its gains. Tesla down 1. Microsoft just turned negative. Again, Apple's negative. This is all when the Qs are up 0.9%. Still very rare divergence to see. Again, 5 minutes, we have that Bank of Canada interest rate decision. So that's going to be definitely market moving. It will be market moving for sure. You have all sectors green on the session except for financials. All sectors are green except for financials, guys. Where I'd add to NVIDIA again is basically at double top around 883.29, 883.29. That'll be our second entry. You can see NVIDIA trying to get all the money flow up 2.6, pushing. All right, NVIDIA just blasting through our next level. I did get filled, which brings up our average nicely to 880.15 on the short side, 880.15 on the short side. Apple's really just not firming up yet. Still just waiting on Apple to firm up. Bigger breakdown on Apple coming into the picture. I just added to my Apple down there, guys, at 169.62. 169.62 brings my average to 169.85. You can see NVIDIA just a relentless monster. Just a monster of a stock. Energy stocks still holding up fairly well. Small caps again, ripping. All right, Bank of Canada interest rate decision in roughly 2 minutes. Dollar again is falling near the dead lows of the session, down 0.33%. Look at gold almost pushing to a new all-time high, telling the Fed that they fucked up. NVIDIA still charging. Apple's still weak. Can you believe it, right? The distance between Apple and NVIDIA is getting immense. Guys, around 887.15, I'm going to add a third entry on NVIDIA. 887.15. All right, I just got filled there at 887.18. Brings our average up to just below this previous entry, so 883.06 average, 883.06. We are still seeing NVIDIA just surge higher here. Relentless. To think that it's, almost trying to pressure Apple and taking Apple's spot. Still a few hundred billion away, but we've seen the stock make a few hundred billion look like chump change. Qs are still strong. Dollar's still weak. Do you have the VIX up about 4%? All right, here comes the rate decision. Let's see if we can find it. They're probably just going to maintain their rates. Still no influence on the dollar. Yields are down 2.68 on the 10-year. Yields are down 1.7 on the 2-year. So markets should hold all of their gains today. If markets don't, and yields are this sharply lower, dollar sharply, that's a little bit of a bearish sign. But as of now, the markets have every reason to hold their gains. Oil up 1.8, so oil's continuing to rip, applying more inflationary pressures. Bitcoin still rallying. Tesla with negative, Apple negative. Really, the only things that are ripping at the moment are semiconductors. Semiconductors are absolutely flying here. So still no influence yet in the markets on the dollar or the yields. Again, next ad level on Apple is going to be around 169.30. NVDA coming in just ever so slightly. Still up on the session quite sharply. So obviously NVIDIA sells, it's going to really hurt the Qs. But do we see money just flow out of the Qs, or do we see it push into more oversold tech names? That's the big question that I don't have the answer to as of yet. Really, no one does. But every day, NVIDIA is just charging higher and higher and higher, sucking in more and more liquidity, and really dominating and leading the Qs. So a little bit of a sell-off coming into the picture. Still no movement in the yields and dollars. Still waiting on the Bank of Canada rate decision. Thanks, Ram. Thank you. Crazy how Apple's still holding at the 170 mark, dipped immediately for pre-market. Yeah, it is crazy, Matthew. It is absolutely crazy. Here you have Apple just bludgeoned, oversold like you cannot believe. I think it's the most oversold on the daily chart session since 2019, and it just can't even catch a bid. And then you have NVIDIA just ripping and ripping and ripping and ripping, basically eating Apple's lunch. I am seeing Bitcoin starting to come in a little bit, so let's take a look at Coinbase, see if there's any sort of a trade there. Coinbase is coming in. Guys, high risk lotto play. I'm gonna take a I'm gonna take a 220 put on coin. 220 put on coin here. 220 put on coin. 0 DTE. Size for loss. This is super, super high risk. 220 put on Coinbase. You still have the markets holding up. Remember, Jolt's at 10 and Powell at 10. Jolt's at 10 and Powell at 10. Abercrombie and Fitch hit our stop loss. So that one stopped us out for a small gain. But again, a 220 put on coin is in play. Apple's still coming lower. Apple's still coming lower, guys. It's coming into our next ad level on Apple. All right, I just got filled there, 169.30. Brings my average down to 169.59. We are still trending. Wow, Apple's just taking. They're just throwing Apple out here. They're absolutely just throwing Apple out. That's pretty amazing to see. NVIDIA, we're now in the green, but Apple's just taking us out here. Next ad level on Apple is basically 50 cents lower at this 168.80 level, 168.80. We are still coming lower on Apple. Qs are breaking down. Still the dollar's weak on the session. Interest rates are still weak. VIX is slightly green.
Back on 25.50. Let's see what this market gives us in 9 minutes. Everything's coming down here.
Apple's catching a little bit of a bid. We're now in the money on our NVIDIA. Our NVIDIA short. Still seeing weakness creeping into the small caps. Russell showing weakness. I think Apple's due for a big intraday reversal of like 1 to 2%, maybe even 2.5%. Meta's still up on the session, 2.3. Microsoft slightly negative. Apple negative. Google negative. Amazon slightly green. Tesla negative. So again, you have a scenario where Qs are greatly positive, but you have the two largest companies, Apple and Microsoft, both negative, and then you also have Tesla negative, and you also have Google negative. So massive divergences here. You got Palantir moving because of the military contract that it was awarded. So if you take a look at PLTR, that one had a nice strong gap up. Slight fade here, but still probably going to have momentum to the upside all day. If you clear this consolidation range, that's a little bit of a technical breakout on the daily chart. You're currently just trading right at that support, but if you can hold above there, then that's a strong potential move for Palantir. Really strong move.
I see SMCI March 15, $1,600 calls that just rolled through for $878,000.
SMCI is reversing pretty sharply here. Now you're seeing Apple catch a bid as NVIDIA is falling. So that's kind of the pairs trade that I have in mind, is where I think, obviously it's going to be difficult if the Qs sell off, but I still think we're due to see some of this capital move out of NVIDIA back into Apple. I think we're really due on Apple here. Severely underperforming basically everything in the market. Everything in the market. So I think we're certainly due. I really do.
Nice bounce on Apple. Just trying to reclaim yesterday's low, pre-market low.
So the Bank of Canada held their rates steady. It really didn't influence the dollar at all. I'm looking at the Canadian 10-year yield. Let me just quickly find it here. Canadian 10-year yield down 1%. Google down 0.7. Amazon slightly green. Oil still up 1. Apple's now starting to reverse higher here, guys. So we're back in the money on NVIDIA and the money on Apple. Look at SMCI, guys. This might be telling us that NVIDIA may reverse at some point as well. SMCI has almost lost its full gap up. It was gapping up pretty sharply or making new all-time highs, and now it's being faded quite substantially here. It is being faded quite substantially, so maybe a little bit of a trend change in the semis. Maybe we are going to see that rotation of capital into Apple. Certainly would be impressive. Maybe even Tesla catches a bid if semis rotate. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities. Let's keep the QQQ on watch. So nice big reversal coming into Apple, guys. This is a V-shaped recovery in Apple. I expect Apple to retest pre-market high at 170.140. Obviously the QQQ. And again, we saw the Q's Apple negative every time the Q was rallying. So can we see Apple remain positive if the Q's even fall negative? That would be quite something. And we are kind of seeing that. Apple pushing up, Q's falling. So that would shock everyone, right? The markets are trying to make it a much, much more tricky game to play where can we see Apple hold positive if the Q's are negative? We've seen the reverse over the last few sessions where Apple's remaining weak and the Qs were up, 1.5%, and we still saw Apple negative. So that was super rare to see. Now, obviously, if Apple's positive, it's still the second largest company, so it will provide an underlying bid in the Qs. Nice 10-minute bottoming tail forming on Apple. This is a pretty powerful candle. If we can close this bottoming tail, and especially if you engulf this previous candle, that's very, very powerful on Apple, guys. That's very powerful. So we remain long and strong. Yeah, I did see the Apple news. There's been a lot of negative headlines lately around Huawei, around the decline in the Chinese economy, around the lawsuits of throttling people power down. So there's been a lot of negative headwinds. Typically, that's when you want to be buying. You're this oversold. Like I said, the most oversold in the daily RSI since 2019. Apple's due for a 1 to 2% reversal intraday. Do I think it goes lower? I do. I do think Apple goes lower. But, for a day trade, I think it's at a really, really good target zone. It does look like this market wants to be faded a little bit. Remember, we do have Powell commentaries coming up in roughly, 3 minutes? A few minutes here. Tesla just getting bludgeoned. Tesla is still getting bludgeoned. Q's falling, NVIDIA falling here. So we're nicely in the money on NVIDIA at the moment. We're up about $5 on the trade. So we're up about $6.25 per share. I have about 100 shares short in NVIDIA at the moment. I am going to put an in-the-money stop here right at this red bar high just in case we get some sort of a wild swing off of Powell testimony. I don't think it's going to be as volatile as, say, FOMC day, but we just want to protect the trade a little bit. So just right around that red bar high, I have an NVIDIA stop. And you're potentially putting in a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on NVIDIA. If you break this neckline, you could see a nice sharp down move. You definitely could see a move down. One minute to Powell. 1 minute to Jolts. So we have a couple different positions open at the moment. Tesla getting bludgeoned into the report. Tesla is getting bludgeoned. Microsoft's also weak into the report. Very, very weak. Jolt's data being digested. A little bit of a dip in the Qs there and SPY and small caps. No real movement yet on the dollar and yields. Still weak on the session. Moving my stop down on NVIDIA, guys, 880.35. in the money by about $3. Actually, I'm going to move it to this red bar, this pivot here, 879.76, just because we could get a bounce. Qs are bouncing here. Notice the QQQ correlation is heavily correlated to NVIDIA now. All right, guys, I just got stopped out on NVIDIA there. I did get stopped out on NVIDIA for a nice little gain of roughly just over $3 a share. Still holding long on Apple. Long on Apple, guys. Still holding a coin 220 put. I'll look to re-enter NVIDIA if we start getting back above this 883 zone. That's where I will re-enter. But that's one winning trade. We're still holding an Apple long. We already took profits on Abercrombie and Fitch short. And we're holding an Apple long and a coin put. So still two trades on the docket. Dollar still at the dead lows. Dollar is still at the dead lows. So really the only QQQ stocks that are holding the gap up are semiconductors. Google's weak. Meta's also holding up firmly here. Tesla down 2.7, Apple down 0.28, NVIDIA up 2, Microsoft down 0.5%, AMD up 3, SMCI up 2.67, but it has faded quite substantially. Bitcoin losing 66,000 again, trying to come in. Come on, Apple. Get your big butt up there. Did we get a 10-minute? So we did get a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail. Would have liked for it to close at the highs. It would have been a little bit stronger. What's my take on Intel? I can take a peek at Intel. INTC. INTC has been lagging. It had a nice move yesterday. It actually had a gap down yesterday, despite, yesterday was a sell-off. But it's been lagging the semiconductor broad market. You have AMD at 52-week highs, SMCI, NVIDIA, AVGO, all the leaders are trending at all-time highs. And then you have Intel actually below the 50 daily moving average. So it's clearly underperforming the semiconductor market. You're actually chopping in your mean trend here. This is your mean trend channel. Pivot to pivot to pivot, pivot high, pivot low, pivot high. So you're back in your mean channel. As long as you stay in this, there's a chance that you can go all the way back down to the low end. I don't like Intel because it is underperforming the semis. And you can argue say you have a potential head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. If you break that neckline or lose this EMA 113, then you're going to be off to the races to the downside there, guys. All right, NVIDIA coming in. Bitcoin also coming in, guys. Bitcoin also coming in. SMCI coming in. NVIDIA is still trying to hold above this neckline. Wow. Big reverses in Amazon, Microsoft. Qs are coming in. Qs could actually go negative today, which would be kind of very interesting. NVIDIA breaking down here, guys. Next ad level on Apple, guys, is this 168.80. And then finally, we will add at 168.35. But NVIDIA triggering a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute. Again, it's only a 1 minute chart. but it does imply potentially NVIDIA going negative, or at least trying to test this gap fill. So NVIDIA's gap fill sits all the way down here. Guys, I'm going to try a high risk play on NVIDIA. I'm going to try an 860 0DTE put, 860 0DTE put, 860 0DTE put. Basically, I'm sensing that NVIDIA could want to retest its gap fill, just kind of similar to what the Qs are doing, AMD's doing. Still holding my long on Apple, still holding my coin 220 put, which is actually up now on the trade. But NVIDIA could be looking to come down to this gap fill. Qs are still coming in. Notice the Qs are making new lows. Apple's still holding its little low pivot. So that does support the thesis of that potential capital rotation. But again, the Qs being weak is not something you want to see if you're long. Tesla making new 52-week lows. Wow. Tesla being bludgeoned here, guys. Tesla is being absolutely bludgeoned. What crazy price action. This is incredible. This is incredible. Look at the Qs, guys. They've almost gone negative, the Qs. Big, big gap up and crack. Big, big gap up and crack. A lot more red starting to show up on the screen, but you still have all sectors holding really, really strong. But you are seeing weakness now in the market off of that interest rate decision, off of the jolts, and off of Powell. Jolts were expecting 8.8 million. It came in at 8.86. Bitcoin selling off a little bit harder now, guys. Bitcoin is selling off a little bit harder now. So again, those coin 220 puts, we're up nicely on the trade at the moment, but I still think that there's more downside in it, just based off of what Bitcoin's currently doing. I do think indices could get a bounce here. A lot of oversold mega caps. Microsoft making new lows here. Pretty incredible price action. Microsoft as well. That one on a risk to reward basis is certainly looking like maybe a little bit of a long bounce trade at this zone. So Microsoft making new lows. So remember, it took out yesterday's low now. Wow. Pretty incredible to see Microsoft breaking this little channel. It is a good risk to reward long here, guys, on Microsoft. I'm still just holding steady with my Apple long, my coin put. SMCI did fill its technical gap, so SMCI almost went negative there, guys. Go figure. NVIDIA, look at NVIDIA getting ripped. Wow. So it's really just been 40 minutes of selling off of the open here. 40 minutes of selling. Coin coming in. NVIDIA still coming in. Tesla at the dead lows. Tesla's just so weak on the session here. Nat gas trying to push higher. Oil's trying to push higher as well. So you have energy stocks really shaking and moving here. Really shaking and moving. Energy is one of the best performing sectors. You have XOM making new highs on the session. RIG. Let's take a look at RIG here. RIG might be into a little bit of a long zone. It actually saw a nice reversal with the weakness in the market. Now it's looking to push up. I do suspect that RIG's going to push up. I'm going to go a long RIG here, guys. It's starter position. Just a day trade here at 517. I'm looking for a move back to your highs of the session, just basically what XOM is doing as well. So we're long RIG, still long Apple. Puts on coin. Look at our puts on coin, guys. They're actually almost starting to go in the money here. That's going to be a banger. We get to 220 on coin. I mean, that's going to be a huge win for us, guys. Huge, huge win. These are a 0 DTE play. Powell, again, is starting to speak momentarily. Should be coming in. Whoa, this coin put is just printing, guys. Holy shit. This coin put is printing. Holy fuck. Sorry, I'm swearing, but this is absolutely printing. Wow. Good. Mara had earnings. You know, Mara also has that shelf offering lingering. But this coin put is printing, guys. We're going to be up over. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep going, coin. Get us to 220. Get us to 220. Hey, Bart B. I'll answer some questions. I'm just monitoring these trades here. I just want to see if we can squeeze more out of this Coinbase put. But this thing's going to go up huge. If this goes in the money, this is going to be potentially over 2,000% win on coin, guys. Come on, coin. We just need Apple to start firming up. Yeah, so it's common sense. I do think the QQQ going negative, if it does go negative. Do you see? I mean, it's tough if the Qs go negative to see Apple, Microsoft, and Tesla outperform, right? But you have seen it on the reverse end, right? Where Qs are positive, but Apple, Microsoft, Tesla have been negative. So maybe it's going to have to take the semiconductors to break down. Right now, they're still resilient. But there is a scenario where you could potentially see some flow of money back into Apple. Microsoft isn't as bad. It's not as oversold, but definitely Apple and Tesla, you know, on a risk reward basis, I think for long-term investors, even though there's a lot of negative news headlines regarding those companies, you know, regarding China exposure, I still think that there's a strong chance of those names catching a bid at some point. Let's quickly take a look at Mara. Again, Mara's been one of those names that have underperformed quite significantly, kind of telling the tale of the tape for crypto. You know, I don't know why it's underperformed so much, but it certainly has, and that's just the way you have to trade it. You know, obviously not all aspects of the crypto market are strong. Maybe investors are not happy with their earnings report. Maybe there's a shelf offering coming and insiders know. There could be a whole host of reasons, right? Could be a whole host of reasons. All right, big bounce coming into the QQQ market, guys. Big bounce coming in. Look at NVIDIA, right? Just absolutely leading the charge, still showing that, you know what? I'm the king of the Qs right now. I'm the one that's bouncing. Notice how the chart of the Qs is looking very much more similar to NVIDIA these days. Dollar heading near the lows. Guys, I just covered the full Abercrombie and Fitch at 134. I took profits on that day trade, 134. I did take profits at 134 on the rest of the half of the position. ANF, 134. So a nice little move down. Took profits at 134. That's another win. Still holding a long on Apple. Coinbase put. These puts are almost trying to get us in the money, but the Qs and indices are bouncing pretty sharply here. The dollar just keeps going lower here, guys. The dollar keeps going lower. Almost at the lows of the session, breaching this wick low. You are coming up into some support here. You have the daily 50 moving average sitting at 103.92 on the dollar. So I'm actually interested in maybe shorting NVIDIA again. I'm just wanting to see how it really trades at this neckline. Right now you've got a 1 minute close above.
BKTF 115 call, March 15.
Oil's taking a breather. All sectors green except for Tesla, XLY. So Tesla and Amazon lagging. But the rest of the market's doing pretty well here. You had that initial gap up, faded. Now you're seeing if the market wants to hold this gap up or if it's actually going to go for the fill. I think it's pretty important to recognize that the markets are still rallying on yields falling and the dollar weak. But not all components of the market. You have Apple down another 0.5%, Tesla down 2.9%, Bitcoin's down 1%. Let's listen to Powell, guys.
I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Economic activity expanded at a strong pace over the past year. For 2023 as a whole, gross domestic product
and KGN getting a pump here.
Bolstered by solid consumer demand.
And KGN Biotech getting up $1.70.
Activity in the housing sector was subdued.
November
November. High mortgage. High interest rates also appear to have been weighing on business fixed investing. The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions have continued to come into better balance. Since the middle of last year, payroll job gains have averaged 239,000 jobs per month, and the unemployment rate has remained near historical lows at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, particularly among individuals aged 25 to 54. And it continued
BKTX like Phoenix 96.29
vacancies have declined,
up about
wage growth
9% for Victor Kilo 10
the job
rate.
to workers gap has narrowed. Labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. The strong labor market over the past 2 years has also helped to narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above the FOMC's longer-run goal of 2%. Total personal consumption expenditures prices rose 2.4% over the 12 months ending in January. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%, a notable slowing from 2022.
But no trouble being so.
Anchor, as reflected by a broad range of surveys, households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. After significantly tightening the stance of monetary policy since early 2022, the FOMC has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate of 5.25% to 5.5% since its meeting last July. We've also continued to shrink our balance sheet at a brisk pace and in a predictable manner. A restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year.
Yeah,
the economic outlook is uncertain, and ongoing progress
been
toward our 2%
molested.
objective for inflation is not assured. Reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of progress we've seen in inflation, and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%.
Q's still outside of it.
At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the policy rate, we will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it would be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations in line. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. I should have noted this at the outset, but this is your 25th testimony before the U.S. Congress as Chair of the Federal Reserve, and we thank you for your service and your commitment to congressional oversight. Very much appreciated. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for purposes of questions. Let's begin with
Q and QQQ are struggling.
what's top of mind. We have two issues that are top of mind with the Fed: regulatory policy, with the Michael Barr proposal on capital, and interest rates. We're in a political year, and the lens of a political year falls heavily on all parts of government. There's a lot of debate about the past 3 years of high inflation and impact on American families. And now that inflation is receding, there's been a great deal of speculation about when the Fed would cut rates. Some say that it's going to be a lot of rate cutting this year. Some say none. What say you?
I say that really it will depend on the path of the economy. Our focus is on maximum employment and price stability, and the incoming data as they affect the
Big rejection
outlook.
order.
Those are the things we'll be looking at.
Yeah.
I can go further if you'd like.
So at what point will the Fed be forced to cut rates? What is the data? What kind of data would you point to? And do you have any updates there?
What we've said is that the committee would like to see more data that confirm and make us more confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. We have some confidence of that. Inflation, headline inflation has moved down more than 3 full percentage points now to 2.4%, as I mentioned in my remarks. We want to see a little bit more data so that we can become confident and so that we can take that step of beginning to reduce policy rates. It's a very important step. We think because of the strength in the economy, the strength in the labor market, and the progress we've made, we can approach that step carefully and thoughtfully and with greater confidence. And when we reach that confidence, the expectation is we will do so. Some much better share and check dialing back the restriction on our policy.
Well, let's pivot to rate policy. Mr. Powell, as you know, there's been serious concerns expressed on both sides of the aisle and across America across industries about the Basel III in-game proposal that Vice Chair Michael Barr has proposed, and that the Fed is taking up. The concern is on both process, meaning how the proposed rule was developed, analyzed, produced for comment. The general concern of a lack of economic justification for these actions, but also on the substance.
Guys, quick update. I'm going long the SOXS here. Long SOXX at 321. 321 long SOXS.
So my first question is on substance.
This is just a little bit of a hedge.
These comments that have been nearly unanimous in opposition to this rule. And are they Fed listing these comments on the impact the rule will have on everyday Americans?
Still holding this Apple long, half position at 169.59. Still holding a coin put,
Right, we've
220
received
put.
voluminous and very substantive comments, as well as the
Oil's starting to weaken.
study that we put out. Got those responses in mid-January.
You seen that, guys? Yeah, I've seen that, guys. There's no movement. You know, it's just chopping in the range. So,
I'll add that I'm confident.
closed Microsoft in the pre-market. I closed Microsoft in the pre-market. And I kind of discussed that at the beginning of the stream, before the market opened. So Microsoft ended up pushing up in the pre-market quite nicely. Basically, Microsoft had that bounce in the session when the markets were much, much stronger at the highs of the session on the Qs. And we closed Microsoft just for a slight gain on the session when we were all the way up here in this 406 range. We closed Microsoft. All right, Qs are starting to come in just a little bit here.
Okay. And there's a lot of concern about
Again, let's just recognize that our pre-market low is all the way down here. So if we lose pre-market low, the markets may want to go negative. But at the moment, trying to see semis pop a little bit.
the methodical the Fed will do its traditional role of building consensus around the substantive changes.
Apple trying to push up, still holding a coin put.
That is right. I said this would be a
Sorry about that, Tom.
process. It's more important that we get this right and that we do it fast. We understand that.
So we're still holding a coin 220 put, which we're deep. Well, we're up nicely on the trade. Still not in the money yet, but we are up on the trades quite substantially. Holding a Apple long at this 169.59. Took profits already on Abercrombie and Fitch. We're also holding a rig long at 517. And we're holding an SOXS long at 321. Qs are trying to catch a nice bid here. NVDA back above that neckline, so that head and shoulders is no longer in effect. Seems like you can't stop the NVIDIA train. All aboard. Indices are trying to firm up here. We still have Pal talking. Google at the lows. Amazon at the lows. Tesla is trying to bounce off the lows. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Still exceptional weakness across the Google stock, Amazon stock, and you have the Q still green. So a lot of bearish divergences. But really the only bright spot in the market is semiconductors. Apple trying to push up now, so that's helping the Qs. Still have Google, Amazon curling down.
Look, I believe we're in regular contact with the Justice Department.
I have another long level on Microsoft. The daily 50 moving average is sitting at 396.81. I think you actually want to go and test that. That also aligns with a technical gap fill on the daily. So if we flush in this market today, which there's certainly a chance, Microsoft does have a whole host of support coming in that 396.80 range. That's a buyable level. That's where I'm looking for the next day trade long. Still not a swing trade in my opinion, but that is the next level. Ooh, Apple got rejected there. NVIDIA Qs are getting rejected as well. So Google putting in new lows on the session. Meta is starting to come in as well. Meta looks like it probably could go negative on the session. That would not surprise me.
I haven't talked.
Boom, baby. Here we go. Oil numbers are out.
Done that.
Oil numbers are out. Oil is getting a nice little pop here, guys. Oil is getting a pop at the moment, back above 69. So keep your eye on rig, because that one's going to start to move with oil. Take a look at this tightening. Oil getting a nice pop on the 1 minute chart there. Let's look at this daily chart of oil, because again, if that keeps moving up, we still have Powell speaking as well. Apple, we're now break even on Apple. That's good to see. Still have an upside target of 84 on oil. 84 on oil. Small caps are actually being hit by this oil price. Right away, small caps are reacting and falling pretty precipitously here. So small caps are giving us indications that, you know what, there's a little bit of profit taking in some of the riskier stocks.
Housing services inflation is one of the three components that we look at that make up the core PCE index, and it has been coming down from the heights of a couple of years back. It's part of the story. I think the overall
Rig's starting to push up for us. Still holding that SOXS short, and we're also holding that Coinbase put. Bitcoin's getting a nice pop, so those coin puts were a couple dollars away from going in the money, 220 in the money. Right now we are seeing markets trying to push back up.
As an indicator of inflation is imperfect, namely because it considers costs based on both new and old rents, including the owner-occupied.
Apple, we're now in the money on Apple, guys. Good job on that trade. Good job on that trade. We are in the money now. Qs are trying to curl up.
Fed created an improved methodology based solely on new lease risk, which is referred to as.
So you're currently above the EMA 113 on the QQQ chart, which is a positive sign. We are seeing Microsoft putting in a little bit of reversal. Same thing with Apple. Tesla trying to firm up off of the lows, but still weak.
So we're well aware of that, and we do incorporate it into our thinking. As I was starting to mention, that is the reason, the fact that market rents are moving up at a much slower pace.
Oil's still pushing and charging, guys.
Come down. That absolutely played a role in our thinking.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady goes back, Vice Chair, Mr. Barr. I'm sorry. Wrong Vice Chair.
Big push on Apple, guys. Big push on Apple.
Markets on Vice Chair of the full committee. Mr. Hill is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to welcome you, Chairman Powell, to the bridge. Glad to have you back in your expertise. I'm going to pick up where Chairman McHenry left off on this conversation about Basel III.
All right, all indices are trying to firm up here. The two heavyweights, Apple, Microsoft, are pushing. Same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is pushing. NVIDIA is back to that initial short range where we executed a profitable short on. So I'm actually interested in this range again, especially since the dollar is coming to support. So I'm going to short NVIDIA here at 883.54. 883.54. And then basically, I'm only going to add at the double top. 889. Big push on the Qs. All right, guys, I'm going to protect Apple here. I'm just going to put a stop loss right under that EMA 113, which sits at 169.71. So just a small in the money stop, just in case that this market doesn't want to get above this red bar high and it sells off. Still have Powell speaking, oil still ripping.
In abundance of caution, in case there needs to be a resolution, obviously, we know the logic for it. But as I understand it, it's being required at both the whole big company level and down at the bank level, and that seems redundant to me. Are you aware of that? And if you consider that,
And that's another the comment period is a little while back, and so once again we're in the process of evaluating the comments. There will be a thoughtful, deliberative process around that. We would comments on these kinds of things and very important implications for banks that are affected. we want to understand the effects, make sure we understand them correctly so that we can evaluate, what affects.
SMCI.
Let me turn to the monetary policy outlook. As the chairman noted, consumer prices are 17% higher for American households since President Biden was inaugurated back in January 21. And yet, in spite of that 17% increase in cost,
Yep, I'm still long UNG. I did trim a bit of profits with members. We banked about just over 11.5% gain. Sold about a third of our portfolio in nat gas, still holding a nice core chunk, looking to accumulate more on dips if we get a dip. May not get a dip, but if we get a dip, I will look to accumulate more, but still bullish. Still upside target 225. Really nothing's changed. Oil just made a new high of day. You can see Apple's starting to come in again. Qs are starting to come in again. Dollar's tagging some support and getting a little bit of a minor bounce. Oil's ripping, guys. Our rig trade is going to fly, but look at oil. Oil's going to apply a lot of pressure on the inflationary front, guys. This is a big breakout on oil. Look at this. Back above that neckline on oil. Indices are not going to like that, guys. Indices are not going to like that. Tech is a little bit more immune to the oil than, say, SPY stocks, because SPY has a lot more transports, airlines, Dow components. But oil's flying here, guys. Apple may stop us out for a small gain. We're just watching it closely. Alright guys, so we are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the Qs. Oil's still at the highs, trying to push for $80 a barrel. Very, very strong price action in oil. NVDA now coming in. Apple just tagged, it's just stopped us out there for a small gain. Just got stopped out for a small gain there on Apple. So that trade is complete. Still holding a short on NVIDIA and an SOXS long and a rig long. So we're long rig, slightly up on that trade. And we are short NVIDIA and long SOXS. QQQ still holding up fairly well. Again, you still have Apple negative, Microsoft negative, so two large companies. Really the only things that aren't negative are semis and Bitcoin.
To make sure that we were able to get through the pandemic. Is that correct? And now we're at that point where we're about to get through this pandemic. And we can look at the rest of the world. And as a result of that,
Tesla's still down a couple percent.
If you look around the world, I think that you were correct with what you stated. That by most accounts, our economy is doing well. In fact, I would say our economy is doing better than most of the other countries in the world. Would you say that's correct? I would. And so, I would say then that some of the other countries in the world maybe we should have looked at the policies that we put in place thereafter, that they could get out of it, so that they could be.
Still have Powell speaking.
That is strong, but the unemployment rate is near a 50-year low. And as you stated, inflation is also now coming down faster than any place else on the planet, just about. Is that not correct?
I think that's right. Yeah.
And And I think that you also recognize a mismatch between the script
I
of the
love
comments.
this. That'd be,
And I think that Ranking Member Waters touched on one of those figures.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Of which is now, we're still trying to get that under control. And I think that
And Q still can't accept over the oil.
how we can do that, and that may be something that you need to consider, so that we can further get down the inflation rate. And the other would be the commodity markets, because the cost of food is too high here. So that's something else that we need to get in control. Is that not correct? And let me just ask this: can you say that there's a connection, for example, between
That bomb was $76 call, man.
Russia's war against Ukraine and all the turmoil in the Middle East and the economic pressures that the United States feels, does that not also go into the reason why the cost of commodity can be still higher? Is there a connection therein, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, the war in Ukraine caused commodity prices to move up sharply.
So, could you tell you what is the what would the connection lead you to believe that there is an urgent need for us? I would think, when we're running out of time, for us to do everything that is in our power in Congress to support Ukraine, so that we can make sure that and other strategic partners that we can help the commodities market, and that would.
I'm in Bob those 76 cents, a 5%. Comes the first Jerome.
Hey, Paul, you're going to short oil if it gets to Friday's high? Is this just a day trade? I'm not going to do that. Let's just see.
MQ doesn't look like.
So Friday's high was basically right around here. I mean, for sure, for an intraday scalp pullback, I think that could work just for a quick day trade. I think that could work for a day trade. It's risky, though, because look at all this consolidation. Right? I mean, it's a tough one. You're brave. You're very, very brave. Let's just see if we push up into there. Yeah, you're extremely overbought intraday. So, I mean, that'll probably work. That'll probably work. If we push up into there, that would replicate
What if Paul just goes, can you shut the fuck up?
roughly a gain of 1.26%. So, I mean, you could definitely get a 12 to 20 cent pullback off of that zone. 20 cent pullback would put you back to about $80. So don't stay in the trade for too long because it's strong. You'll get maybe a 12 to 20 cent pullback, but I don't know about that. All right, so we're still just shorting NVIDIA, slightly up on the trade.
Costco, another new all-time high before earnings.
We're still long the SOXS, long rig. Took profits on our Apple trade because the market looked like a little bit vulnerable and brittle.
At the time, you said that was a very specific concern, and you weren't sure the
No problem, Paul. No problem. I may take that with you. We do have a long on rig, so it's kind of a little bit of a hedging trade for us since we're already long the actual underlying energy stock just for a day trade. So it's interesting. I'll keep an eye on it. But you don't want to see consolidation into that. For oil, you want to see it pretty much move up there in the next hour. You don't want to see any sideways consolidation.
Congress wanted end users to be able to secure their hedges without posting margin.
Fuck, guys, and just like this, NVIDIA's putting in a inverted head and shoulders pattern. Take a look at this. This is actually bullish if it breaks the neckline, Just miraculous to think that, hey, is this stock going to actually go higher today? Obviously, you haven't broken the neckline.
Let me start by saying
There's potential.
I want to echo the fact that our commodity markets and our capital markets are a huge national asset. Functioning.
Dollar is now hitting the daily 50 moving average. The DXY is now hitting the daily 50 MA, coming into support.
I'll just say that's an area where the concerns.
Let's see how the markets react as the dollar hits support.
I appreciate that.
Let's see if the markets
I was a member of the Dodd-Frank conference
push up.
where there
partisan support to not disadvantage end users, farmers, ranchers, small businesses. This had broad bipartisan support then and still does today. Fortunately, the Fed could undermine its long-standing work done by Congress. I'd like to enter a few letters into the record, Mr. Chairman, that discuss the detrimental impact to end users. First, a joint Agricultural Trade Association letter from the American Farm Bureau Federation, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, among 7 others. Next, a joint Energy Trade Association letter.
QCOM pushing towards the highs.
And lastly, a letter from the American Public Power Association and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. Without objection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I'd now like to focus on how proposal is set
Uber BRB on the daily.
offering clearing service.
So on this beautiful
Right, Congress mandates.
I really like the Uber trade. I can't take it.
Don't forget about INTC, our August 16, $65 calls.
In the system.
He's starting to rip.
Number of banks that can clear derivatives for end users has reduced over time, making it harder for end users to find a bank to offer this service. There are some estimates that the Fed's proposal will increase capital fixed equity by 80%. I'm worried that this will make it even harder for end users to find a bank to clear their hedges. This also comes at a time when the SEC, our friends at the Securities and Exchange Commission, has just finalized a rule in December that will increase clearing in Treasury markets. This will have a real impact on market access and liquidity, not just in commodities, the $26 trillion Treasury market that plays a critical role in the world economy. Will you work with the CFTC team to address this problem?
All right, coming up to test bid pressure at 510. Q's coming into the 439 and VWAP area. Higher lows all morning.
Meta held yesterday's high. That's market highs now.
Yeah, NQ is trying to recapture here.
Problems with
That's the biggest key. We've got to get above these 2 whole numbers, and that gets us back in normal on Q's. And we get above hedge on SPY. I think that's going to be your best bet.
CL.
Apple breaking down again, guys.
with that.
Microsoft pushing, Google curling down, Tesla curling up, NVIDIA curling up.
With that,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome again.
Is NVIDIA actually going to break this inverted head and shoulders? I mean, that would imply another almost 2% move to the upside today. That would be pretty astonishing. And look at the difference. Apple selling, NVIDIA pushing.
last night.
I haven't taken one either. Other than the Q Condor.
Wow, they are trying to push NVIDIA up here. Taking Apple down, NVIDIA up. Really, really amazing to see.
Like 1.3% out each way, so I feel pretty good about that.
It could be a decent risk reward for a possible short.
Are you now?
It could be.
There will not be a recession.
And we're sailing. We've recaptured the orb now.
Yeah, we did.
Likely to head back, and once we get over 18071, we can head back towards the highs on QQQ.
What is your position? Late on
And then
recession.
U.S. growth last year was an exit.
watch TLTR for continuation over 25.
My expectation, other forecasters, my colleagues, is that we'll see continued growth at a solid pace. I will say so. There's no evidence, and there's no reason to think that the U.S. economy we're in some kind of short-term risk of falling into recession. Having said that, though, there's always a possibility, a meaningful possibility that the economy will fall.
Took a small short here on the
Though it's elevated at the current time.
5113 level was secure.
Because we want to.
Yeah, I have 51 on 5113 on ES. Got to break that to recapture the trend.
Look at your hourly candle on ES.
So everything's strong in the market right now except for Microsoft and Apple. The question is, do they firm up and really start to rip us higher here? Or are they going to be a little bit of a drag on the market today? Oil's still pushing for new highs. transport stocks still holding up, surprisingly with oil this strong. Very surprised, but look at this weakness in Apple. I'm still holding short NVIDIA, still long on RIG, still long on the SOXS. I'm going to add to the SOXS at 313, guys, 313. 313, I'm going to add to this SOXS position.
Better balance with supply and demand. Inflation has come down sharply, really, since the last year. So those are the conditions we see. They're very attractive.
Don't forget about our Microsoft 405 calls.
Keep that growth going and keep that labor so achieving further progress.
Next time I'll try to call out more than 2 seconds before my stop hits.
Oh, you're good, Nate. Don't worry, man.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to go against that, but I just was watching that candle develop, and I'm going, "Whoa, this looks beautiful."
That's beautiful, man. Love to hear it.
But that was a short spot, though.
You call out a trade just instantly. That's happened to me.
It was
1730 call.
All right, so we're seeing Apple continuing to sell here. NVIDIA trying to break that little neckline zone. Qs are still trying to push up. Microsoft just firmed up, still negative on the session, but putting in a little bit of a tail candle on the 4-hour chart, daily chart as well. Google still at the lows, Meta curling back up, Amazon curling back up, NVIDIA curling back down. Again, whatever the market, NVIDIA is going to lead this market higher and lower. So, I mean, if NVIDIA breaks out here, it's going to push Qs up to probably a new high of day. NVIDIA getting rejected here, probably going to take Qs back down. So really it's NVIDIA. I think that's moving this market higher and lower at this point in time because it has so much more influence on the semiconductors, and the semiconductors all combined market cap supersedes pretty much everything in the market these days. So, NVIDIA selling off, Qs are seeing some sell side pressure. Even Apple pushing up, Qs still seeing sell side pressure. So it just shows you how influential this NVDA is.
Try to deliver what the public is expecting from us. We would declaring victory like that, but don't listen. Thank you. Don't listen to session. Now recognized for 5. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome back. I think we.
Damn, feels there a nice bounce. Sharky, good shit.
Yeah,
Nikki Haley dropped out.
yeah.
The answer, I learned a long time ago on the campaign trail.
Interesting stuff there.
Can be sold on the campaign. Reality's a little bit different. Welcome back despite all that. Looking at the monetary policy report, March 1st, 2024.
Ticker KR, Kroger, watch the $50 in the money calls.
High prices are here to stay. Because what I've heard you
Yeah, I am expecting oil to go higher in the coming days, Ram. Definitely expecting oil to go higher. I have an upside target, 2 upside targets. First one is 84. $84 target on oil. I think that one's, very likely to happen. And then the completed measured move of the, let's just take a quick peek here. We still remain short NVIDIA, guys. Long the SOXS, long RIG. But oil upside target is 84. Based off of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. Down here, you're triggering the neckline yet again. So initial breakout target 1 is 84. And then believe it or not, this pattern, the fully measured move is to $90 a barrel. What would inflation be doing if oil gets back to 90? That's the big question you have to ask yourself. We're in a scenario here where commodities are ripping. Gold almost had new all-time highs, signaling some risk in the system. And the dollar's falling into the 50-daily moving average, actually losing it. Yields are collapsing. Semis are bloated and concentrated. Apple's trading like it's in a bear market. So it's certainly interesting the dynamics that are unfolding here. I don't think it sets us up for a strong next quarter in the market. So, I mean, this is the last month of March is the last month for the first quarter of 2024. So it really sets us up for potentially a tricky second quarter in the markets. If oil keeps pushing, and if you get nat gas to break out, then you're starting to see commodities firming up across the board. And then imagine if copper starts to firm up, what's going to happen? So there's potentially a lot of risk for inflation to reaccelerate here. Guys, Apple's potentially putting in a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart, which is so surprising since it's so oversold. And it's still looking like it's putting in bearish distribution. I mean, you break this neckline and Apple's going to make new lows on the session. So I'm still interested on the long side because it's so oversold in the daily, but let's see if we can get a better target here, a better price. So, I mean, if we trigger this, we could see a move down to 168. I would absolutely buy it down there. So keep Apple on watch because we are looking a little bit weak here. I think Apple will negate that if we can get above this key trend line. Qs are still pushing. Rig's still pushing.
18.082 is value.
As it relates to contract trading, natural gas market almost not a target for 2023. So whether that's coach base, Bravo Alpha, Sierra, I think your monetary for about how many houses get built, how many jobs get built, whether we national transportation safety or impaired. Says investigator England cooperation for Boeing, investigation for Alaska Airlines 99. That's really for this FedEx hearing.
We now have Microsoft seeing a tiny bit of weakness. NVIDIA still hasn't broken that neckline. Oil's still ripping. Our rig trade is now moving up nicely, guys. RIG, we took that long at 517. 517, we are a little bit in the driver's seat at the moment. Qs are still pushing. Dollar's still falling. No real bounce yet in the dollar. Dollar's getting oversold, though. It is getting oversold intraday. I'm expecting a bounce in the Dixie. It's very, very soon here. Microsoft is still trying to push higher here. We have Google still running into weakness. Amazon got a really big bid there. Q's pushing up still. What's your is my target on rig? For the day trade, roughly 526 or higher. I expect rig to retest the high of day, which was 526. That's probably the minimum upside target. Alright guys, I just added to my SOXS at 314. 314, I just added to my SOXS at 314. It's still currently in this vicinity. So 314 brings my average down to 317.
Bottlenecks ease and price inflation.
Right now the dollar's still screaming higher here. Apple's pushing, so the head and shoulders on Apple appears to be almost getting negated here. You are trying to break out. Rig's still pushing.
And I want to use the remainder of my time to talk about a risk you're very conscious of, which is the overhang in the commercial real estate market. As you know, the Financial Stability Oversight Council identified distinguish commercial real estate as perhaps most salient risk of the financial system, $6 trillion roughly in loans, half of that on bank balance sheets. In a 60 Minutes interview a few weeks ago, you characterized distress in the commercial real estate market as sizable but manageable. Do you still feel like that risk is manageable? Do you feel like you've got the visibility and the transparency and the tools to address
Apple getting a really big push up here. Q's almost trying to challenge that previous high of day.
We're declined relatively rapidly. We're not seeing that right now. So how do you feel? Does that risk continue to be manageable? Do you have the tools to manage it?
SPY just made a new high of day, guys. S&P is stronger. It's not up more in the session, but it did just tap the high of day. So Qs are still below the high of day, but SPY did just tap its high of day. So definitely some relative strength being observed in the SPY sell-off versus the Q sell-off. And it does appear that the S&P wants to try to challenge this gap fill. Pretty miraculous to think this mega gap down is now being bought right back up. So all the sell side pressure that we experience is almost being negated.
It's going to be with this problem we've been working through, I think, for several years. And the idea is you've got enough capital, enough liquidity, and a plan.
Apple still negative. Microsoft did flip green. NVIDIA making another attempt at pushing through the neckline here.
The Fed also had some self-examination to do. The examiners and the supervisors of the bank, quite frankly, were not doing what they could have been. So we might be forgiven for being a bit skeptical of claims of being
WTI at 263. Whoa, that's weird. My chart shows 79.74. I don't know what Texas crude instrument you're using. I'm using the Black Bull one here. Cash contracts. You could also use USO. That's another oil ETF. USO. I do trade that one. Actually, I just use the technical price action of WTI, but I always, if I'm buying oil, I always use USO. There's a couple other levered ones that you can use as well. All right, big breakdown on Apple coming into play. Head and Shoulders still intact. Head and Shoulders still intact. You can see USO has a strong weekly gap at 78.24. Probably wants to head there. All right, let's take a quick peek at the S&P here, or sorry, the QQQ. QQQ getting a big wick down. Apple still looking bearish here. Apple just can't firm up even with a daily RSI chart.
MSTR $2,500 call. Rich man's play. Rich man's play.
Every time I hear MSTR, I think of Master
All right, so SPY did get some rejection at that double top zone. So the high of day, you can see the high of day is trying to keep the SPY at bay. Looking at that 1 minute chart, you are seeing some sell side pressure coming into the S&P. Still a lot of time on this candle. Let's flip to the 5 minute candle to see how we're going to close. Potential topping tail, but nope, it's not going to do it. Yep, that's a topping tail in SPY. Still got to close above that previous high candle, so it's still technically okay, but definitely a little bit of an intraday topping tail. So your resistance now on the short side is this 511.15. If you get a close above that, it negates it, and we're going to probably push for that gap fill. But as of now, this could be the high pivot on the day. Oil just made a new high, $79.79 a barrel.
Watch the option contract chart for those $2,500 calls and MSTR. Look at the flow that's coming in. Look at the order book. You must learn this stuff.
441. The order higher.
We don't know what else to do. We keep for as long as that's up time. That's all we think we're doing. I think that the concerns have been raised. Well, hopefully you could study this and understand that from the previous types of slide, they were very detrimental. Probably something like but as you know, the price reductions that were promised during the room.
Microsoft back to the negative side. Apple still negative. So guys, it's so rare to see the QQQ up 0.87%. Also the SPY up 0.69%, and both Apple and Microsoft are negative. Like, the things we're seeing in this market are not typical characteristics that you see in a market. Very rare correlations. And one of the reasons I think that we're almost in this speculative bubble with AI, in the short term, I think valuations have really pulled forward a lot of the future gains in AI, and they've really just exacerbated this concentration in tech that we've seen. But you typically don't see SPY Qs positive by a great margin when both the two largest companies are red. So it just shows you how much capital is flowing into the semis, how really concentrated it is. Every little sell-off in the semis seems to get bought right back up. There's a lot of chasing and price action that I'm observing. Again, typically when people chase, that's when they get hit. The market has a tendency of punishing late chasers. By all means, if you want to chase some of these semis into these valuations, you're more than welcome to. But again, the weakness in Apple and even Microsoft over the last couple sessions, and Google as well. Other stocks have seen some profit taking, have seen some risk management, have seen some sell side consolidation, and semiconductors have not. Still relative strength in the semis. So NVIDIA is still trying to break above this little neckline zone. It is getting a nice impulse candle to the upside. So it is trying to break out here. Big surge on NVIDIA. Big surge on NVIDIA. Look at that power candle. Wow. What a candle.
You took the swing play with me, right?
Yeah, I had $27. I grabbed 30 when you said it, and I have May.
I'm up 130% on the 30s for April 19th. What about you?
I'm up 120.
I think we're very focused on it.
I'm at 126, so we're within 6%. Amazing. Let's go.
Yep. I haven't sold those yet.
So breakout on NVIDIA. Will we get that confirmed candle? Or is this going to be a fake liquidity grab? Lots of volume on that impulse breakout candle. Lots of volume. SPY's also moving up here.
The February congressional budget office report has been the U.S. economy report has been stepping forward over the next decade, thanks to in large part
Yes, bro.
Your report that the growth comes down during COVID, we're selling down due to restrictions and a little bit
Jordy, look at Netflix.
immigration. Can you detail how
Yeah,
immigration?
Netflix, I expect you to retest 605. She breaks, she's going to 615.
SPY's gunning for a new high of day, guys. SPY is gunning.
I am wow. I am with the CEO report and read the demographic projections and I read it. You understand what they did.
You could bring with a 7 trillion growth in the next year.
Remember, Jordy, we got pullbacks.
NVIDIA is trying to confirm the breakout.
Yeah. For people working. How we doing on MSTR?
Beautiful day.
A couple million people to an economy.
Massive grind higher here.
I just want to be very, very clear that you don't predict
DLTR 26, like level here.
indirectly or directly.
If it gets over 26.15, it's going to go back towards higher day, over higher day, 26.90, 89 area.
Which is necessary. I think you said that we expect a continued growth and a solid.
All right, Apple's trying to break down here, guys. Remember, we still have that neckline in play. Apple tried breaking out here, failed. NVIDIA's on watch for a breakout. Still no confirmed candle on the 1 minute chart. So if you lose that neckline, that could be a failed breakout. As of now, it's still very strong. Very, very strong.
I'm not needed for the future good policy, indirectly or directly. I mean, I think it's just important the facts to say that
Dollar's still weak. Hasn't really bounced at all. Now approaching 11-12 time frame. Apple trying to catch another little bid.
Not really. I think that's
FTNT. Our $73 calls are up 45%.
If you consider the CEO's assessment that the growth in the next 2 years will be $7 trillion.
Nice bounce on GME, retesting the 50 moving average, trying to get a bounce off of that zone. Intraday price action curling up and breaking out of a heavy consolidation range. This one looks poised to squeeze, guys. GME may squeeze. As long as the indices still stay firm, GME is going to squeeze. IWM running into some near-term resistance. QQQ still hasn't recaptured that high of day pivot. Still inside of that 5-minute topping tail in the Qs. SPY's still trying to break out above that high of day. NVIDIA is still putting in a consolidation pattern to move higher. Oil just made a new high.
Diversity, including efforts, both in the Fed, and I applaud you and well funded investment rates.
UPS testing yesterday's high again.
Strategies and programs that you're using, not here, but in all of the branches to ensure that
go to hire if reserve banks go to hire a new president. Those processes are very focused on having diverse applicants. We'll now see the results of that working for over the year. That happens. We don't have any role in appointments of governors, so that's not our job. The administration does that. To say internally, we're very focused on having an open and inclusive place to work, and also in hiring, we work hard to have diverse.
Thank you.
Mr. Heising is now right now. Chairman Powell, good to see you in person. Mr. Chairman, I've got to make a comment here. It's stunning to me that equating under economy, which is very different and not a healthy.
All right, NVIDIA needs to hold here, guys, or else it runs the risk of a failed breakout. Potentially seeing some capital rotate back into Apple, out of NVIDIA. Apple curling up here on the 1 minute, NVIDIA curling down. Net Qs are curling down. Microsoft, Google curling down.
So that's just a fallacy of growth within this economy. It's not sustainable.
Big push up on Apple, guys. Really big push on Apple.
This morning, a fair amount of time spent on Basel III, but among the agencies, including Fed, FDIC, SMCI.
I wouldn't be too weak on that.
And the final rules. Regulators last year finalized new rules for the Community Reinvestment Act, That is also looking at Reg II, which in my opinion,
Advisor, our $27 calls are in the money of 300%.
bringing low and moderate consumers into the mainstream banking system.
Oil still ripping, XOL still ripping. What price
Oil
is
almost
the
at $80 a barrel, $79.90. Wow. I'm surprised the markets haven't really reacted to the stronger oil. You know, that even makes me want to think of shorting transport stocks. Let's look at the Dow components lagging. Let's look at airlines, AAL. Yeah, you know, I think this is a good risk to reward on the short side of some of these transport stocks.
ESTG, our $60 call swing is up 400%.
So I don't leave that area of our business.
Let's look at the Jets ETF. Still lagging.
We're in government, so there's a lot of talking. I'm concerned about the coordinating. Frank, well, let me ask you this way. When a rule is finalized under another regulator, are you mandated or have any kind of policy to go back and look at your other pending rules under your purview and see if changes need to be made because of these other agencies?
There's no mandate like that. I think where it makes sense to do that, though, we do it.
We generally have some sort of review of that.
Wow, oil's still ripping, guys.
Okay. I've heard repeatedly that elements of Basel III overlap with federal defense in stress tests. What are you?
I'm on 80.65 oil.
So we're in the middle of just the beginning actually of deciding what to do about Basel III. Part of that may be easier. So
there we go. Thank you, oil.
Oil almost at 80, guys. Almost at 80. And markets are still just holding steady here. All right, guys. I'm going to look at a QQQ short here. So we're shorting NVIDIA. We are long the SOXS. All right, I'm short the Qs here, 440.15, 440.15. Starter position, so 1/4. Going a little bit heavier since it's a main indice. Basically, I'll add to the QQQ short at this gap fill, or the gap window, 440.95. Apple's starting to bounce pretty sharply here. You need to get above this pivot. You get above that pivot, Apple can really start to squeeze. Let's just see where the upside target would be. If Apple gets above this pivot, you could squeeze for the high of day.
DSM, our $160 call swing is ripping. I also have $200 call.
SPY new high of day. So now you have broad participation coming from Apple, Amazon. Meta's weakening just a little bit here.
Smaller banks, that's what they
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here.
DSM is ripping.
So the April Federal Reserve report, it said that compensation incentives contributed to the.
Don't forget about our UPST July 70, July $1970 call swing.
had something for me. Not
Well, the $50 April 19th.
that's very small.
Okay, so it's, okay. So do you agree with the
Apple
appropriate
here
rules on
for
consistent
potential
compensation
upside if it can
over
break
the
back
Silicon
above
Valley
170.
failure? Maybe.
This is the third day in a row that Apple has sold off in the morning and created an inverse head and shoulders. This is 3 days in a row.
NTAP.
It worked out.
No, sorry, I thought you were done. My bad. Go.
still have my 110 that everyone will.
NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of a failed breakout here.
Go fuck yourselves.
I don't think money drove them to do what they did.
Needs to hold this neckline. It's at your lower boundary neckline.
What you call? Well, you doubt me? One red day and the whole world cried. It's over.
There are lots
So
of.
they made money from it. They actually, it was a lottery, right?
But I full
That's
boarded
not
it.
to be arrangements for it.
Oil's still trading at 79.90.
Okay. Do you support a robust rulemaking for executive compensation, Chairman?
I know that
You don't?
sorry.
Do you support robust rulemaking for executive compensation? Do you believe it in section 956?
Section 956 is the law. As I understand it, the agencies are looking at doing something. It's been 12 or 13 years, right?
Yeah, multiple agencies.
It's been hard to get it done. I lived through the last episodes.
Yeah. So do you believe in a robust rulemaking process for executive compensation?
Wow.
Oh, great.
Are you kidding me?
Will you commit to helping finalize the Dodd-Frank section of 956 this year?
I would
It's been 12 years.
All right, so NVIDIA is failing, guys. We're basically back to break even. Qs, we're in the money. Rig, we're in the money. Semiconductors were slightly down on the trade, but only have a half position. Average 317. We are seeing that push up now.
Question. We've got a good day today, and someone's trying to answer the question.
I would like to understand the problem we're solving, and then I
There's
would
the
like
VIX
to see
curling
a
up as well.
proposal that addresses that problem.
Okay. Do you believe people should profit?
She's coming down hard.
Thank you. Executive session.
No,
You should not
In a
profit.
minute.
well, I would say executives who are responsible for a failure should have been profit from the failure.
So they get to walk away with compensation based on their failure.
So look at AMD, guys, relative weakness. It's actually looking like it wants to come into the gap fill.
KPIs, man. Fuck.
Clawback and things like that. Yes,
So this is going to weigh in on the semiconductors. It's a big weighting in the SOXS.
That's certainly an appropriate thing to look at.
Yeah, 'cause it's just
Again, we remain long the SOXS, short NVIDIA, and short the Qs.
Sure, really could have.
And we have a long on rig.
They knew they were gonna walk away. If they could walk away, if not the bonuses. the
Weakness creeping back into
compensation,
Microsoft and Apple.
that they're a big fan. Last question, Chair Powell. Do you believe that the impacts of climate change pose a risk? Have you been talking about that more?
I certainly believe.
Oh my god, dude.
So there's some
I'll
that
do you,
yeah,
this lady's a little rough.
that's what you're talking about, renewable energy project.
His response here is fine. She is drilling the fuck out of Trump. She doesn't care that's right now.
No, it's never. I believe that we
She wants
do
to
our
speak to the
job.
manager. That's exactly what she sounds like. I want to speak to the manager right now. Like, I kind of that attitude I'm hearing right now. Oh, you can picture the
The effect on climate picture that would minuscule.
Bob cut.
That question
Highlight
for
her natural hair color's brown.
as the major winners and losers from high interest rates in terms of income groups, age groups, and rate focus.
Is it time to short AMD yet?
So,
I was just yelling at MG's rolled over and just with the break flag.
it's like potential. The people who hurt the most,
I think it's
as you know,
time.
will be on a fixed income.
Look at the 4 hour. Look at the daily.
Energy. These things go.
That's a very
Financial
bad
resources to
chance.
deal with it.
Have you
We're
looked at
accountable to provide price stability to the American people. Those people benefit the most over time from stable prices.
Ladies, sounds better. We'll go to the lady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Chair Powell, for your service. I would associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Mr. Himes. I am concerned about banks' commercial real estate exposure, and I do hope that the Fed is doing everything it can to ensure that the exposure that these banks have will continue to be, in your words, manageable, because this is a looming crisis out there, given the changes in dynamic. Chair Powell, in remarks on Bloomberg, Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary during the Obama administration, stated that, and I quote, "It would be much more productive for our central bank to be focused on the question of real estate portfolios in the banks they supervise than, quote, some of the more abstract and politically driven arguments that about various kinds of capital charges on the largest banks. Do you agree, sir, that it would be more productive for Fed supervisors and regulators to keep their eye on the ball? In this case, commercial real estate and other real estate investment.
I absolutely think we need to keep our eye on the ball on commercial real estate. And yeah, I think we're doing that.
I hope so. According to your semi-annual report, the median of members on your monetary policy committee estimate that your target overnight interest rate will average 4.1% in 2024.
Still no trade for me, Sharp.
That the median number of members anticipate.
No, it doesn't. Actually, this thing.
Just want to see what happens with these EMAs.
That might have been my dip there for the long trade.
Yeah.
Well,
didn't come low.
It definitely acts like
I'm a little cautious coming into
3/4 of one. You were quoting the next year's number, so you would add that on. That was through.
I think that I think that it looks positive. The setup looks positive. I think it's looking for a counter trend trade.
You're coming.
It's not the way I would say it is. We're making economic projections, so we write down the path of growth, what's happening in the labor market, that's inflation, and what goes with it is an appropriate monetary policy, appropriate interest rates. So we expect inflation to come down, the economy to keep growing, the labor market to remain strong, and if that's the case, it will be appropriate for interest rates to come down, significantly over the coming years.
Good.
What will really happen, though, it's not a plan. What will happen is actually
Spy new high of day.
Something different from that, and that's what will actually happen.
Chairman Powell, 15 members of Congress, including myself, Ranking Member Sherman, Chairman Barr, and Ranking Member Foster, sent a letter to potential regulators regarding the impact that Basel will have on U.S. capital markets. The letter highlights critical areas of our U.S. markets, including securities underwriting, securitization, and derivatives that will be severely impacted by the Basel proposal.
It looks like spies over the order.
Represented throughout the comment file on the Basel proposal, over 95%. Considering that 75%
call it a breaking base.
Spies over the
U.S.
order.
is done through our capital markets, which are the deepest and most liquid in the world, why would the Fed continue to pursue this flawed proposal instead of proposing a rule that would not have such a drastic impact on the U.S. economy?
Like notably weaker than the S&P.
The market's concerns you raised are among the
S&P weaker?
in our
No, tech is weaker.
Yeah.
That's the comment.
You said you wanted broad support, and obviously there is concession on some of
Maybe I'm cooking.
others. So how are we coming on this, and how are we recognizing?
We're working our way through the comments. We're coming to the point where it would be appropriate.
Boeing getting a big pop.
What changes are appropriate? I said I think those changes will be broad and material, and that's where that is. But we haven't made any decisions yet.
Yeah, right now we are seeing SPY much stronger than the Qs.
I have seen SEC
And that's because we see weakness in Apple still,
and regulations that go
weakness in
well beyond
Tesla,
the congressional mandate.
NVDA coming in as the SPY's been moving. NVIDIA's been putting in this failed breakout pattern.
Response to
Went from a
another
bull flag
agency
failure to a potential bear flag. We still remain short.
We do not comment on
AMD was kind of your
However, if they
intraday
were-
market
take your
clue
hypothetical
that
based on
semis are going to
if
break
they
down
were
more.
Well, it's more than a hypothetical.
we would
Sell
react.
off, bear flag, another sell off. Just this bear flag alone,
I yield back.
and AMD should take us to about 204.88.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for being here, Powell. Property insurance rates are becoming prohibitively expensive or inaccessible for homeowners and developers.
Oh, Hal's mic just went down.
Realtors' annual report identified
Oh, they nuked his mic.
as an increasing risk, and I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of
We
insurance?
need to invest in infrastructure for this committee.
Macroeconomic?
And CrowdStrike, a real fader today.
Why, what's it at?
It's 30.50.
Oh, damn.
Wow, yeah, look at that crowd strike. Remember how I said don't chase it?
I'm flat, guys.
And they bring it right back down.
Calls for Miss Velasquez. We're out good luck, I'm not sure. Take a look.
Guys, I'm going to put an in the money stop, or sorry, a break even stop on rig. Just a break even stop, so 517 stop loss on rig.
We're trying to do electronic.
We're long at 517. I'm just going to put a break even. I don't want to lose this trade.
No. It's hard enough to just get the microphone.
Nice breakdown on NVIDIA. So this is a failed
Thank you.
bullish breakout, guys. A bullish breakout has turned bearish on NVIDIA. We could see NVIDIA retest the lows of the day. And based off of what AMD is doing, don't be surprised if AMD fills its gap today. Expect NVIDIA to try to go for that as well. So we're now in the money. Here we go.
Inflation's so high, they can't get
It's beautiful to see. Apple also losing momentum. Qs were in the money. NVIDIA were in the money. SOX were waiting on our SOXSS.
Here's that Euro close.
Nice little down move there. Nice little down move.
Thank you, buddy. You're 11.
This is what I was looking for.
I wish.
They're swapping his entire mic out. Like the whole little box thing.
PLTR coming back up into 26.
Send it.
Send it, he says.
Alright, we're about to retest the orb here.
Now they have no clue what to do.
Okay, this looks like it could be the entry of the spider.
Bigger move coming down on the Qs, guys. Bigger move coming into the Qs.
Watch Apple if it breaks this bottom trend line.
Yeah, we're coming to lunch.
Look at this NVIDIA sell, guys. And the Qs. Nice trade on our end. Wow. Beautiful. Congrats if you took this with us.
Doesn't want to be replaced.
You can see NVIDIA is trying to retest this parallel channel. So pivot low to pivot low, pivot high through this breakout zone. You're retesting support. If you lose this, I mean, you go right back into the channel.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was asking.
Oil finally showing some weakness. Yeah, a little bit of sell side pressure. Still very strong on the session, though. Just a tiny pullback. I still expect it to go higher.
In our community. The annual report identifies property insurance.
All right, so deep in the money on the Qs, nicely in the money on NVIDIA, guys.
And I recently raised this issue, Secretary.
In the money on our SOX now, all flat. Beautiful declines. NVIDIA catching a small bounce.
Aware of increases in insurance, including property insurance, and it's been adding meaningfully to.
Breaking back below 71.
We have any control over.
Even look at Apple. Apple's breaking this trend line. That's not healthy for Apple. Head and Shoulders is in effect on Apple.
Talk about the lack of affordability when it comes to housing.
Watch Apple.
The insurance, the renting cost.
Gold retest 2080 potentially.
The availability of affordable housing in our communities. And I hope that there's some
Tesla coming down, rejecting the same exact spot from this morning on my previous chart.
It is an increasing risk, and it's going to have a direct impact on our economy.
So Qs are finding support on the 10-minute chart.
I know you spoke with Sherman.
Apple breaking down though, guys. Apple is breaking down here. It breaks this level. Not a good sign. Big bounce on NVIDIA. Guys, rig just stopped me out. Break even. RIG break even.
Sure. So what do we do? We're looking for inflation to go all the way down to 2%. That's not what we're looking for. What we want is just more evidence that will give us more confidence that inflation is
Sharky just to try it.
Yeah.
So what the shit out of that?
inflation.
Nice, Frank. I'm in at 67, but I'm like,
Alright.
PLTR into that 26, 26.
It turns out that the 6 months of good inflation data we had last year, that didn't turn out to be an accurate signal.
What a bounce.
So we're just being careful, and because
26.
Ram,
big,
is
big
it a
lunch.
good idea to sell $9 covered call for March 15th?
We double reject?
VITI.
Or sorry, double top?
Sharky, did you get long there?
When you say
I
every
did. Oh, I did. Oh, that did. Good stuff.
Just more, we'd like to see more good.
I did it on in the salary count.
For what expiry? March 15th. So let me just open up my calendar here. So March 15th is next Friday.
12 months inflation will continue to drop because it'll be lower than early last year.
Thank you.
I think that's a pretty good idea, Ram.
Mr. Chairman,
I
I
do.
would like to pick up on the
Gotta pay some tax here.
and reiterate the importance.
Yeah, that should probably work out. $9 call. Yep.
This is an issue that I also raised with Vice Chair Bob, Chairman Bloomberg, acting controllers.
That would put Bitcoin falling back
when I
to
told them when they came before this committee that I would be asking for a
57. Yeah, Ram, that's a good trade. I think that can play out.
every
I do.
because it's well past time. 12, 13, 14 years.
I'm out of that.
You're employed in the company and you are giving a tax.
Nat gas starting to break down a little bit. It's actually turned negative.
We have 12 long years. So you are the chairman of the Fed. How is the Fed working with other agencies to propose the rule?
So there's a lot going on.
Don't forget about SQ 1110 call, April 19th. This is a swing.
In regulation at the Fed right now. My understanding on 956 is that there have been discussions between the regulatory agencies, and I think it's not 3, I think it's more like 6 agencies that have to agree. I have not seen a proposal. I think something is under consideration.
All right, boys and girls, I'm headed out for the day.
Catch you later.
Good stuff. Put my recap
I will
there.
ask the next time.
Thank you. I put my recap there at the top of the spaces. The SPY call swing was the big winner today, and then obviously the Tesla puts this morning was just extra icing on the cake. So I'm gonna go get some lunch and hang out with the kiddos and family
Good
today.
stuff,
So,
my man.
Love you guys.
Keep killing it, bro.
I'll see you. Love
Love
you.
ya.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Again, so we have had a failed breakout on NVIDIA. Doesn't mean it can't form another right shoulder here. Just needs more time to consolidate.
Nice purchase, Frank.
Apple also teetering on this in a little bit of a trend
I'm
line.
at 90% of it.
AMD still weak.
What did you load 100
Well, you know what it was? I was short, and I'm like, God, I didn't want to cover, but I covered pretty much at a small profit, and then it went my way, and I'm like, this is the entry for the long, because I was thinking long like you were. I just thought that they were overdone and that they were going to come and test the orb before lunchtime. Now I just got to stop on the last 15 on my entry, and I'm going to let's see how it goes here. Hopefully we'll go higher later. It's funny how these trades happen in seconds. Last 15 minutes of yesterday,
Yeah, you making those trades quick, Frank?
Yeah, because it's like, the market's moving 150 points overnight.
Yeah.
And then you have these moves that are in a half hour, you have 120 point moves. And then, like yesterday, it was a slow grind down. And then last 15 minutes, you're up 150 points. It's incredible.
Exactly, yeah. That end of the day yesterday was insane. Jeez. Couldn't believe it when I checked the charts after hours. I was like, they did it. They bought it up. Wow.
We were just waiting on you to go to the range.
Yeah.
Come on, flag out here.
PLTR getting over 26.
26.
Look for the equal highs at 30 over 30. See if we can get 26.95.
There goes PLTR, big level.
Flag it out.
Big spot here. Did we get it?
All right, so NVIDIA Qs trying to push up again. NVIDIA and Qs are trying to push up again.
Right back to the figure. Unbelievable. Awesome.
So far, initially rejecting 26.
I don't know who mentioned Inside Day a while ago that we need to watch, but I was looking at it on Qs at 440.9-ish.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
exactly.
we get over this level here, it'd be interesting to see what we can do up there.
That's what I was
Above that's the gap.
for a door.
All right, so we're just really seeing the QQQ in this range, still showing a little bit of, even though it's higher than the S&P on the day for the gains, it's still showing relative weakness, being the fact that it hasn't taken out its high. S&P has taken out its high pivot. Dollar making new lows. Oil has had a nice 30-minute pullback. Nat gas turned negative.
That to me, actually,
Still have Apple negative by 0.39, Tesla down by 2.1, Bitcoin up 4.5.
That sounded too
NVIDIA
good.
outperforming everything again.
Jordan, I'm gonna leave. I'll be right back.
So NVIDIA is trying to reattack that neckline again. QQQ resiliency. Apple has broken this little trend line. That's not a healthy sign. Considering how oversold Apple is, it's kind of surprising to see the exceptional weakness this name keeps displaying. Typically when Apple's hitting these daily chart support levels, it gets a really big bid. But we're not seeing that right now. Meta's still holding up well. Still short the Q, still short NVIDIA, as well as coin put and an SOXS long. So 4 trades on the go for us. We've already taken profits on Apple. We took profits on Microsoft pre-market. We took profits on Abercrombie and Fitch. Let's look at that ANF again, because we did day trade that one. Yeah, that one's been weak. It had that big earnings dump. It actually looks like another short again, because it is lagging the market as the S&P is pushed higher. You can see it had that all the way pre-market low dip ANF. It could retest that low. So, we could have another bearish range to trade here. So pre-market low, your pre-market high. So So massive range on Abercrombie and Fitch. You know, from the high to the low in the pre-market off that earnings is about 13%. You can clearly see from current levels, if we retest pre-market level, that's still another 7% potential move down on Abercrombie and Fitch. So let's pay close attention to this name. I do see a potential another short setup firming up in the near term here. All right, guys, I'm going to short ANF here. 135.73. It's a starter position again, guys. Starter position. 135.73. Let's see if we can get any sort of a sell-off in the market. You have Meta trying to flag sideways, Google flagging, Amazon curling down, NVDA just chopping sideways, Tesla trying to curl up. Apple bearishly under that trend line. Big push on Apple, big push on the Qs as well. So nice pump in the market coming into mega cap tech again. Microsoft new high of day. Sorry, I stand corrected. It's not a new high of day. Almost though, almost. NVIDIA seeing some more sellers. Hey, Mike, you didn't take the QQ short, but you have a 438 0DT put. Let's take a quick peek. So obviously the Qs are trying to push up. SPY also going into that gap fill and gap window. So SPY's into its gap window. It's looking for a gap fill. Gap fill sits right around, what is that, 512.20? 512.20. NVDA is now pushing up. Just watch those options contracts. They move pretty fast, those 0DTEs. They can move very quickly. APM plus 721%, 1,000% now. Holy. Yeah, let's take a peek at APM. Monster move. Monster move. Yeah, that's insane. Life changing. I mean, you could have caught that at the open. Look at that. Tuesday. Wow. That would have been a monster trade if anyone caught that. So QQQ is trying to get above its high pivot. Really strong push in the Qs. Microsoft's going for a new high of day. Guys, I'm about to add to my QQQ short position here. I just got filled at that 92, 440.92. So averages on the Qs 440.49. It's a half position. Half position short on the Qs. Yeah, Sox SRAM, I think you're great. 356 average cost base, I think you're golden. You know, semis still haven't really seen any sort of a market pullback. 1 day dip, gets gobbled back up. Palantir up 10%, SoFi up 3.3%, Tesla down 1.5%, that APM up 900%. Just had 100% pullback. Still a lot of momentum in that APM name. I really don't see any trade. It's super, super risky to trade. It's a high flyer. Lots of volume. You know, I mean, I would only really look to trade it if you can see you're hitting your first fib zone. But really from the gap up, your heaviest volume candle was off this reversal. No real trade for me. Microsoft did just put in a new high of day. So Microsoft is firming up. Anybody that was in it from yesterday that didn't sell, I know there was a couple people. You're probably going to get an opportunity here to sell. Has had a nice move though. SPY seeing some resistance. Same thing with the Qs, seeing some resistance here. A little bit more selling in the SPY off of this zone. You can see the SPY coming in on the 5-minute chart pretty sharply right at this resistance channel. This is your previous channel that you chopped in before you open, and NVIDIA are still firming up here. Microsoft's now up 0.5%. Remember, it was negative earlier on. Now it is up 0.5%. NVIDIA trying to attempt another breakout of the neckline. So NVIDIA is trying to attempt another breakout. You know, if it does break out, that puts NVIDIA around that $900 mark. Wow. That would be extraordinary. So you are seeing regional banks break down here in the Russell. The Russell's actually showing a lot of signs of weakness. Regional banks are breaking down, guys. A lot of weakness creeping into regionals. Look at these dumps on regionals, guys. Something is occurring in the regional market. Look at this sell-off. Regionals are actually down 2.26%, and really it was just in the last 15 minutes. Big sell-offs occurring. So you're seeing, one of the reasons you're seeing the Q starting to outperform, a lot of that liquidity coming out of the regionals, and Russell flowing into mega cap tech. So something is going on in the regionals. You are seeing the VIX catch a nice bid. So the UVXY is catching a really big bid. Look at that move on the UVXY. Has had a move off of the lows, and it's actually trying to turn positive. So we're going to keep these regionals on watch. NVIDIA is still attempting a breakout here. Some more liquidity flowing into regionals. Sorry, out of regionals. But something appears to be breaking in the regional market here. KRE, heavy volume candle, low of day there. Yeah, E&B still strong. I think give it the room to run. E&B is trying to get a close above the daily 50 MA. pull up ENB in a second here, Ram. Clear technical breakout from this pivot. Nice little neckline. Could you retrace the neckline? Sure, but as of now, this is looking super strong. Looks like a continuation higher. Again, upside target for me is 49.70. You all even have this big daily chart gap where you broke down on ENB. But the Russell 2000 is breaking down here on the back of regionals. Regionals are showing some definite weakness in the trend. But massive weakness across the regional sector, guys. Massive weakness. I don't know if there's any news regarding that discount window or something, but they just got clobbered. It's not even like the S&P and the Qs got clobbered. But they got clobbered, and they're still under pressure. Let's see that NYCB. Maybe that's, yeah, NYCB. Again, just as big of a bounce you had yesterday, it's given it all up and then some. You are into hourly chart support on regionals. So again, we'll keep the eye on what Russell does.
VRT. Watch the $78 calls.
Apple's getting a really big push up. So QQQ just made a new high of day. Does look like the markets want to try to fill that gap on the SPY. Don't know if the Qs will get to its gap fill, but that would be a pretty astonishing move if the Qs get to its gap fill. You are approaching some resistance here on the Qs. There's a previous little downsloping channel that we chopped in. So that's the resistance we're hitting now on the Qs. That previous little channel of resistance. Russell new low of day guy, or Russell, sorry, not new low of day, but trying to push lower here. Still watching regionals fall, guys. Regionals are still selling here. Dollars now catching a bid. So a New York Community Bank keeps getting halted. It was trading near the lows. Now down 20%. So NYCB, these regional banks are definitely under pressure. Look at this. Just getting clobbered. This one, could be delisted. If it keeps going at the rate it's going, and if it keeps being halted down, this one may be closed. I have a high risk regional bounce trade, a long trade at KRE at around 47.66. 47.66, guys. If we keep flushing on KRE, there's a high risk bounce trade. 47.66. Look at this NYCB though. Geez, at this point you might just take some, some $2 puts on this net. High risk lotto play. This one could go insolvent. If they close this one down, those puts could. But a lottery play, you could bet on a bankruptcy for this company, this bank. It's looking very reminiscent of some of those other names. Just keeps getting sold into. Look at the volume down here. Miraculous. And it does seem like some liquidity is flowing into the queues. So kind of the same thing that we saw when the regionals did their first big collapse. So QQQ still outperforming. Wow, monster declines in the regionals. So 47.66 is a potential bounce level in the regionals. And I just added to my SOXS, guys, at 308. I just added to my SOXS. That brings my day trading average down to 313. All right, so we are seeing the liquidity flowing into the queues from these regionals. The liquidity is being thrown into the queues from the regionals. Big declines. And this could be shaping up for a big bear flag breakdown. Regionals are continuing to sell off here. They are continuing. So Qs are still strong.
Voiceover on authentication. Log and enter password. System dialog. Wednesday, March 6th, 11 p.m. Muting.
Wow, regionals are still selling here, guys. Apple's ripping, Microsoft's curling, all mega cap tech are curling as something is breaking in the regional market again. KRE is now down 3%, and Qs are soaking up that liquidity. So look at the relative difference between the Qs, absolutely squeezing here. Pretty much 30 minutes of upside pressure in the Qs. And then you look at the regionals, basically 30 minutes of downside. Russell may catch a bid here because the regionals are trying to firm up. What a push in the Qs, though. I'm going to add to my short at the center point of this channel. It will be our third entry, right around this 441.90 zone. Maybe even a little bit lower, 441.87. Apple trying to push up for a high of day. Microsoft's above its high of day.
I think GCT could make a new high a day if we continue here. Right? Don't forget about our March $15, $16 calls as well as our March $15, $40 calls.
405 calls in the money.
There we go, 86% there.
So everything pretty much curled to the high side here. The regionals are catching a little bit of a bid off of the lows, so the selling seems to be abating here. Still doesn't mean they can't go lower. I mean, when you have NYCB seeing immense volatility, it's still pretty much at the lows of the session here. NYCB, it actually might be halted here. I think it actually is halted. So we'll see what type of move we get up or down on NYCB once it reopens. But definitely all that liquidity that came out of the regionals flowed right back into mega cap tech. Final ad level on the SOX is around 303. Even that $3 hold number. Really only going to add to my NVIDIA at 889.63. It's kind of your double top. That would be our second entry on NVIDIA. Third entry on the Qs is coming at 441.87.
Coin, the $300 calls are up 20%.
Nat gas continuing to bleed a little bit lower. TNA right back up to the high side, or the Russell bouncing pretty sharply.
Getting smashed for Rooney or what? Put it lightly. What kicker again? NYCB. Victor Community Bank. Yeah. It's halted down like 4 times.
So that NYCB continues to be halted down again, making new lows. It was halted around that 250 level. Now it's halted down 218.
She's down 85% since July. Come on, SMCI. I want a new high at day. Stop fucking around. Yeah.
Still seeing incredible strength in the Qs. Qs are making new highs on the session. NVIDIA hasn't taken out its high. But you have had Microsoft firm up, Apple firm up, Google, Amazon, Meta all curling up. Now you have NVIDIA retesting this breakout of this neckline. Remember, it failed once earlier, looking like it's trying to fail again. We'll see. Big bounce in the regionals coming into play. Now the big question is, if the regionals bounce, do we see that liquidity come back out of tech? But regionals are seeing a really, really big bounce. Russell 2000 seeing a nice bounce.
Watch MU $100 calls. Coinbase's $300 calls that just called out are up 45%. Are you good?
God, man.
You literally had it at the low.
Here.
Like the low. No, it's that down there.
Jack on is right.
A little bit of sell side pressure in the Qs, but nothing crazy at the moment. Nothing crazy. Still have yields down sharply, dollar down sharply, gold and silver ripping today. Miners are ripping. Oil still holding gains, but has pulled back quite substantially. Nat gas turned a little negative, down about 0.85%. Microsoft and Apple both firmed up. Apple's now positive. Microsoft's also positive. Tesla's the only mega cap lagging the market at the moment. Tesla's definitely lagging the market.
Sort of. I think it's about every time you make a Gino. Oh, shit!
So IWM, huge bounce in the Russell, still showing massive signs of strength.
Almost at the money.
Wow, this is fine. Fill the gap. Honestly, SPY wasn't down that much. It was Q's up there. Really bad.
Yeah, Q's is much worse, like over 2%. SPY was on down like 1.2.
NVIDIA holding above the neckline now. Does look like it wants to continue higher here, but it's been kind of teasing people all day long. Hasn't had that definitive break above high of day like the S&P, like the Qs. NYCB continues to be under pressure. Let's just take a look at this stock. I mean, it's absolutely wild. I'm just watching it on my other screen here. I mean, those lotto puts that we called out here up here are printing, but I never took them. So I can't really say that I did. But I mean, this is probably going to get delisted, guys. This might get delisted. You know, we're back in now the regional debacle. You know, even just looking at some of these other banks here. Let me flip to my banking crisis list here. Where are we? Here, TC Bank crisis. I mean, a lot of, and some of these are also regionals. So, I mean, look at the red on the screen. Bank of Hawaii, NTRS. So a lot of the regionals are seeing strain today, but really NYCB is the main one. Currently down on the session substantially. 40% down today. Wow. That's going under, guys. That looks like it's going under. Very interesting.
Gives a little bit more time. Still looking pretty cool.
So Qs are still trying to push up here. Apple consolidating, Microsoft consolidating, Google curling up, Tesla curling up, Amazon running into a little bit of resistance. Same thing with Meta, but all still looking okay at the moment. A little bit of a flagging pattern on the intraday shorter term time frame, 3-minute chart. Let's look at our 5-minute chart setup. Also still okay.
And they go to 444 and close the gap. I mean, close that 10 points. 10 points up. Yeah. That would be wild. All right, here we go. If SMCI should break the high of day, I see this lead. I see 12.
So again, still watching those regionals. They are under pressure. That NYCB is probably going to be delisted now, trading at 176, down 45%. It is halted. So again, all that liquidity again has flown into mega cap tech, just like the last regional debacle, just making it more and more concentrated. So NYCB probably gets delisted today. pretty crazy to think about. And remember, that's why gold was so strong. Huge volume coming into NVIDIA, trying to break out here. Amazon reversing, Apple seeing some sellers, Meta curling down. Net, the Qs are still consolidating here, looking to move higher, and the volume is creeping into NVIDIA. Excuse me. QQQ new high of day. QQQ new high of day. Again, we will add to the short a little bit higher here. I might actually wait till SPY hits its gap fill. It's almost at its gap fill, which sits at roughly, what are we sitting at here? 512.27. So about 29 cents away on the SPY. There is resistance here though, but SPY is breaking out of a little range, consolidation range. All right, I just added there 441.88 on the Qs, 441.88. My average now is sitting at 441.13. 441.13. And they are trying to push it higher. Final entry is going to coincide with when SPY hits its gap fill, so it might be around 442.30. Could be a little bit higher, but if SPY hits its gap fill, we will add to the final entry on the QQQ short side. NVIDIA is still not at double top yet. That's where I'm interested in adding. Right now we are still seeing absolute resiliency. Absolute resiliency in the tech. Yeah, so I mean, this is why we got to be careful with options plays, right? And you hit those. All right, NYCB is back open, guys. NYCB is back open. You're actually seeing a little bit of a bid here at the lows. You actually, I think it's actually halted now again. So right away you saw a 7% move up. All right, guys, I just added to NVIDIA there at 889.20. 889.20. Just before double top, 889.2. That's the second entry on NVIDIA. Brings our average up nicely to 886.52. 886.52. You can see the Q rejection there. New York Community Bank is halted up slightly right now. Still down massively. Potential 5-minute topping tail on the Qs. We'll watch that closely.
520 calls for July 31st, 850,000. I see 520 calls for July 31st. Again, 890,000. 520 calls for March 8th, over 100,000. 515 calls for March 8th, over 100,000. I see holy shit. What? I see 530 calls, April 19th, 130 grand. You don't bet that kind of money for fucking.
Is there an ETF for inverse regional banks? So betting, like shorting regional banks? I mean, you should be able to short the KRE. Obviously, it depends on what account you have. It's a good question, though. I'm not too sure if there's an inverse ETF of regionals. So, I mean, obviously, KRE is the regional banking sector. I don't know if there's a bear ETF. Let's see. Regional bank. Here, there's a bull. So there's a DPST. That's the regional bank bull. So there must be a bear here. Just looking ×2 inverse. Here looks like an SKRE, Total Capital Daily 2 times inverse regional bank ETF. So there's a lever play. So SKRE. Interesting. Look at that sell-off on NVIDIA, guys. Big pullback. A really big pullback. Nice little addition on the Qs as well. Starting to come in. So we're still short NVIDIA, short Abercrombie and Fitch, short the Qs, and long SOXS. We're basically down on SOXS, slightly down on NVIDIA, slightly down on the Qs. But indices are still ripping higher here. VIX is still slightly green, the UVXY negative. NYCB still halted on news. News pending, actually. NVIDIA pushing right back up. Right back up on NVIDIA. That'll help the Qs. It's going to help the semis. Russell 2000 actually trying to push for a new high of day. Can you believe that? Even with the regional weakness, it seems that liquidity is being pumped into the market again on the back of these regionals. We'll see if it'll last. NVIDIA just made a new all-time high there off of that Pierce and got rejected. So new all-time high on NVIDIA, and then it got rejected. News pending on NYCB. Is it going to be delisted, guys? Is NYCB going to be delisted? That's the question. Take a peek at that ticker. It should be opening soon, probably in the next couple minutes. This should open up, but there is news pending on NYCB. Not a healthy daily chart. You had that big breakdown. Excuse me. So we do have a 10-minute topping tail on the Qs. We'll see if it can retrace and push higher, but 10-minute topping tail. In play on the Qs. Qs have had a remarkable run from this gap up to pushing higher. It's definitely a remarkable run. Minimum pullback should probably be back to this 440.60 level. 50% retrace puts you at 439. Bigger sell in NVDA there. NVIDIA just keeps getting gobbled up. Yum, yum, yum. Again, waiting on NYCB news pending. This news could come out in the next couple minutes, or it could come out at the end of the day. It could come out at the close. So I mean, they might be going into foreclosure. The Federal Reserve might be taking over. But when a bank stock is dropping, just a couple weeks ago, start of the year, from 1050 all the way down to here, it's likely going under. Bank is probably going to be put in receivership. This is another run that's likely happening. It's a very small bank, but it just shows you yet again more consolidation, more weakness in the banking sector, more risk. And again, there's probably going to be another one. So if anyone sniffs out the next rat, tell me to buy the puts. Tell me to buy the puts.
Is this like a winter time of year for you guys, or is this just like the night or something? I will say, like this year, we just really got to but I feel like the past few years, we need to, lakes or something dry to do ponds. They're not even lakes. We need staffing. Just imagine when it rains in California, like, freak out trying to drive and start crashing. Yeah, they don't know. It's terrible. I try to not drive in the rain. Because the other one, right? Yeah, because the other one. I get it. That's how it is. People get scared of it with that understand. Like, you gotta understand when it rains after that raining a lot of time, all that oil dirt on the road just gets picked up. And then so it's like, yeah. Yeah, people don't know how to yeah, people be slamming their brakes and sticking out. Like when it snows in the south. Yeah. Lunch. Yeah, both coming back from lunch with all.
Big bounce in NVIDIA, guys. Still watching NYCB on my other screen. Apple trying to curl down, Microsoft curling down, Google curling down. Dixie trying to move up off of the lows, still trading at 103.23. If the dollar can get back above 104.43, that's above your 50 MA, that would be a short-term positive considering how weak it is. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Common sense. That makes sense. Then honestly, I don't think there's nothing off the top of my head that I can see you being able to trade on the regional side. Take a quick peek. Oops.
Yeah, was Ant a big baseball player or what? I was a soccer guy that played college football as a kicker and a punter. And then I did join the baseball team in college for one season.
All right, guys. NVIDIA now in the money. Q's now in the money. So we are in the money on both those positions. Abercrombie just went in the money as well. Just waiting on SOXS to try to firm up here. So Qs are now starting to see some downside. It's almost like with those regional banking crisis, they all of a sudden just pumped money into the market, instantly got Qs, and everyone bulled up again. Trying to detract from the negative headline that is actually occurring. Bigger decline in NVIDIA now. ANF is starting to pay. Let's see how much we can squeeze. I still think Abercrombie and Fitch can push back down to this 131 level. I mean, the fact on the earnings dip, we hit a low of 126. That's still a pretty big decline that could come into fruition. So I still think that there could be more weakness. QQQ dipping. QQQ, I'm going to look for a cover around this neckline. So you can see that this was your little breakout zone. If we retest all the way down here, I may look to pull profits. NVIDIA is still holding above its neckline. But NVIDIA did put in that little bit of a reversal candle, forming a potential distribution, an hourly distribution candle. We'll see how it holds and closes. NVIDIA is just really chopping at this wedge pattern. It's going to make a big move one way or another. SPY heavy selling, Microsoft, Apple all dipping. NVIDIA is still holding firm. Big wick energy on NVIDIA. QQQ holding at the lower boundary trend line. All right, so kind of slow RAM here, SKRE, MSTR, and Bitcoin analysis. Ignore SKRE, I just told about KRE. Okay, so MSTR and Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's moved back up, right? I think you're seeing Bitcoin push back up because of the regional weakness. I'm still waiting on that NYCB news, just like everyone else is. We're waiting on the news from NYCB. It's currently halted down on the session, 42% likely going into foreclosure or receivership. Basically, the Fed is probably going to take them over to try to contain any sort of contagion events. But yeah, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, I think, has seen more of that liquidity from regionals come into it because you have seen it make a move. Just remember, Bitcoin's very choppy and sloppy in this range. We are seeing big up and down swings. So whenever you start seeing, we're at 52-week highs. We're almost made a new all-time high there yesterday. Some Bitcoin charts did, some didn't. So I just want to say, because we didn't actually pierce it and close above it, we actually haven't made a new high. But ultimately, Bitcoin double top 69,000. But whenever you start seeing these huge run-ups, big dips, and then another big pop, that's a lot of distribution. There's a lot of people chasing here, but typically when you chase, you get hit. Bitcoin's just at resistance right now in the hourly chart. If it breaks through this, then you could argue, I'd be shocked. That would be pretty exceptional if that happened. That would almost be a little bit of a blow-off move, so to speak. But yeah, it's on watch. Bitcoin right now just still chopping in a daily range. Still at a huge resistance point, double top. We'll see if we can get through it. Big volume on that dump candle yesterday. So let's just watch it closely and see what transpires. Still waiting on the Qs. I think we retest 439.77-ish, give or take. SPY coming in a little bit more. Russell still trying to consolidate near the highs. New York Community Bank still closed, but regionals have firmed up a little bit off of the lows. But we really got to wait for more data. Seeing marijuana stocks putting in a nice little reversal off the lows.
It's time, bro. Do we been in consolidation since the beginning of the year? Fluttery, a little bit, 230s maybe. That's that 234 gap. I'm just 215. The top of the box is yeah, right.
Abercrombie coming in. NVIDIA is still consolidating. QQQ also coming in just a little bit.
Rejection of that previous value. On Q's at 441.25-ish, 220. And then on NQ it's at 144. It's a little bear flag. What I'm flagging for shows.
MSTR. I'll take a peek at MSTR as we were seeing the Qs come in a little bit here. SPY also coming in. Yeah, MSTR just really moving like Bitcoin's chart. You know, you made that new all-time high close and it got rejected with that huge candle down. Again, if Bitcoin pushes higher, this is going to push higher. It does look like typically when you get that first initial overbought RSI pullback, you typically get a bounce that takes you a little bit higher than the previous high. So MSTR actually structurally is looking like it wants to push higher here, but it really comes down to Bitcoin and the overall sentiment in the market. Bigger drop on Abercrombie and Fitch, guys. That's nice to see. QQQ also coming in sharply here, so we're now up on that trade, just slightly down on NVDA. SOX is trying to firm up. So we're just waiting patiently here. Just waiting patiently. I still remain net short. We just need NVIDIA to start losing momentum here, and then we'll be well in the driver's seat. I don't know what they're doing with this NYCB, but still halted right now. Still halted. IWM is also breaking down here, trending a little bit lower. So Powell's officially done talking for the day, but he does speak in front of the Senate tomorrow. Institutional code when carry drops 2% liquidity injection rise. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. They have an AI algorithm that's probably propping things up. That would not shock me. It does seem like that's a very, very valid case. All right, nice drop coming into Abercrombie. We're already up about 1.39%, but I'm going to ride this more. I want more out of this, you know, just due to how extended this is on the daily chart. You know, finally seeing the earnings expectations taking it back in line. You still have a daily gap fill sitting at this 131 range. That's probably where it likely heads today. Could even retest your pre-market low. I do suspect in the coming sessions that we will retest pre-market low. Crude, CRUDD. Yeah, crude strong, up 2%. Have a small little pullback. Today, still looking poised to go higher. I still remain bullish on crude. NVIDIA is still a beast powerhouse, just managing to hold the majority of its gains. Not really seeing any sell side pressure, which is pretty amazing. So right now, to sum things up, Apple's just flat on the session. Interesting to see the Qs are up 1.13% in Apple flat. Not a good sign for Apple. Definitely relative weakness. Tesla underperforming, down 1%. Strength across which sector? Bet everyone can guess it. Semiconductors up substantially. NVIDIA up another whopping 3.25%. NVIDIA did make a new all-time high today, trading at a whopping market cap of $2.21 trillion. Apple's market cap is currently trading at $2.62 trillion. Microsoft trading at just over $3 trillion, so widening the distance between the largest companies in the world. So semiconductors are performing well. Bitcoin's performing well. Small caps are also performing well. The Russell 2000 is actually up 0.98% despite the weakness in regionals. We're waiting on New York Community Bank, ticker NYCB, is probably getting delisted today. Probably going to be taken down unless some sort of a massive injection liquidity pushes it back up. Currently down massively on the year, starting from that January 1st decline. Take a look at this chart. Just an absolute bloodbath in the last 3 months for the New York Community Bank. Definitely looking like it wants to probably be delisted. So I'm expecting some news to come out at some point today. Look at our Abercrombie & Fitch trade, guys. We're now up over 2% on that, so beautiful job if you took that with us. I'm still looking for more, still holding short on NVIDIA. It's a half position short, so we still have 2 more entries in the event that it wants to push higher. I do have 2 more entries to accumulate a full position. We're right now short the Qs as well, which we're slightly up on the trade. Still have another 2 entries on the Qs as well, if need be. Whoops. Sorry, I'm actually messing up with my charts there.
SWYN now holds it again on a circuit breaker since December. It's amazing and holds it 45.69 up 128% SWYN. All right, let's see.
Boy, those $300 calls are up 73%.
Qs are trying to push back up. Tesla, Microsoft, Apple all curling up. Bitcoin going for a new high of day. So Bitcoin still remaining strong and firm, trying to push up again.
What I want to get us go from 23 here to 40.
Now approaching that 1 o'clock time frame. All right, so we're seeing the cues, seeing more sell side pressure, guys. Again, if you haven't checked out my website, definitely visit tradingcapital.ca. I think we're at an interesting inflection in the market. Lots of moving parts. Regionals under pressure. Semis are just pushing higher and higher. Dollar coming into some really strong technical support. Gold pushing to new all-time highs. VIX showing some signs of accumulation. What does this all mean? There's a lot of divergences in the market right now. Apple trading like it's in a bear market. Google underperforming. Tesla severely underperforming. Really what's keeping the cues up is NVDA and semiconductors. Still waiting on New York Community Bank news. There's pending news. Potential little lower high in place on the cues. Bitcoin also starting to come in just a little bit. Abercrombie and Fitch still selling off here. Nice sell off on ANF. We're up nicely on the trade. Probably the prudent thing to do is to secure a little bit of profits. I'm still going to ride a little bit lower. I may even hold this one, this day trade overnight, just because Abercrombie and Fitch is negative in a strong market off of that news, and it's still super, super parabolic. I still want to see it fill this gap here at 131. That's at least what I'm waiting for at the minimum. So if I have to wait for tomorrow or a week, I will hold that one overnight. Full disclosure, I do hold a swing short on this name, very small sized swing short position on Abercrombie and Fitch. But it is coming down a little bit harder as we speak, which is beautiful to see.
Long-term daily DCA is Q. You don't happen to know.
Q's coming in harder, guys. All right, Abercrombie and Fitch into the gap fill. I just covered half of that position, still holding the other half. So just covered half of the position, still holding the other half. So nice job on ANF there. Nice job on ANF. Congrats if you took that with us.
We're right at my NQ level, or at my NQ entry.
Beautiful job on ANF, guys. Lovely 3.13%. Nice trade if you were able to catch that with us. Do you ever consider gap ups on the USO, or do you find them mostly irrelevant? No, I consider all things. I consider all gap ups. USO typically always has gap ups and gaps down because it doesn't really have that full time frame like the WTI. You know, WTI pretty much opens and trades around the clock, so there's not really too many gap ups. I mean, today you did, but USO sees a lot of gap ups because it opens and closes with the market. So I always consider it. Right now, you know, it's a bullish gap up. Still inside this heavy red bar selling, but still looking poised to go higher here in oil, in my opinion. Look at Abercrombie going lower, guys. Beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. Again, anybody that's not following my tradingcapital.ca service, I run a swing trading and day trading service. You can visit tradingcapital.ca. So still holding a swing short or a day trade short on NVIDIA here. Took profits on ANF. Still riding the QQQ short.
QQQ, I see 435 call, March 8th, about
Russell's coming in a little bit more now. Oil's faltering just a little bit.
SMCI, I see, sorry brothers, I'm doing that. SMCI, I see
IWM's curling down. Qs are trying to curl up.
SMCI, I see $1,200 calls for this week, 1.13 million. So someone's betting that we're going to hit my target of 1212.
NVIDIA charging for new all-time high. Look at that. NVIDIA is pushing for new all-time high, guys.
NVIDIA, new high a day.
What a pump on NVIDIA, guys. Look at this pump. It's interesting, even with NVIDIA surging, seeing a lot of sell-side pressure in the Qs. So again, all money's flowing into AI NVIDIA. Everything else being left behind at the moment. What a rip. NVIDIA is going to pass Apple at this rate. Go figure. Pushing 2.25 trillion market cap. So, I mean, there's no real resistance up until you get to this inverted head and shoulders upside target. And again, if that happens today, I mean, my oh my. That's just absolute insanity. But that's what the price action is right now. Oil coming in a little bit. Russell's still curling down. NVIDIA up now 3.89%. Apple slightly negative. Microsoft green. Tesla down. Qs are now up a whopping 1.17%. The best performing indice. Russell's the second best performing indice. NVIDIA is still squeezing higher here. BA is going up. Recommend to buy or sell ETH? Yeah, I can't chase Ethereum up here. Bitcoin's into a double top. Crypto's into some good resistance. So I'm not buying it up here. What will the impact of NYCB get delisted? Oh, since it's such a small market cap, Ram, I don't think it will be that big of an impact. It may just put a little bit of fear into the market, so that's why gold, I think, is rallying. Bitcoin's rallying at the moment. But the big question is there going to be more, right? Typically where there's one, there's others. And if that discount window is coming to an end in roughly a week or two, that could put more strain on the overall system. I don't think that there's going to be as much liquidity provided to the regionals if they start falling and going into receivership. So it could spike the VIX, could cause more fear in small caps. I mean, remember what the yields did? The yields dropped pretty precipitously during the first regional bank decline. So if you have more people fleeing to bonds for protection, they could sell equities. But it is disinflationary from an equity standpoint. Whenever you have these banks starting to underperform and go negative, it's actually disinflationary because even though a lot of the customers are protected, they'll get bailed out. Some of the investors that have long-term core holdings don't get bailed out, right? If you're still holding equity positions in the stock and it goes to zero or gets delisted, you take a big fat L, pretty much a zero. So there will be some of those long-term holders that lose wealth overnight in names like these. All right, let's look at Apple. Apple still kind of just consolidating here. Crude oil has pulled back a little bit. Dixie again pulled back. Still a lower high on the QQQ chart here, as well as the SPY, but NVIDIA is trying to break out, so we'll see if NVIDIA leads this market higher here. $8.95 Pierce, guys. I'm going to add to my NVIDIA short. $8.95 Pierce, almost there. Looks like it wants to charge for 900 today. All right, I just got filled at 895.20. 895.20. Whoops. Oops. Qs are still pushing. Final ad on NVIDIA is going to be up here at 8, basically about 900. NVIDIA is trying to push.
That last swing play I sent, I really like a lot.
Let's look at BA for RAM. BA. Yeah, BA is ripping at the highs. 10-minute chart. very strong. If it can break this range, then your next resistance is probably around this EMA 103, 203.47. So yeah, BA is looking, it's been holding this range, right? It's just been holding this range. Still never technically filled the gap to the downside, although it came very close. Very, very close. It still never technically filled it. You're just chopping in a wedge pattern right now. If you break up, then I think you could actually probably retest 248. If you break down from the wedge, then you're probably going to retest 178, 177. Look at NVIDIA go. You're welcome, Ram. AMD is continuing to climb with the semiconductor strength, making new 52-week highs as well. Take a look at that. Pure strength in semis. People are rushing in. People are rushing into the semis like they've been doing for the last several months. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Apple breaking down again. So Apple's still negative. Again, such a rare divergence. Q's up 1.23%, Apple negative. Like, how often do you see that, guys? Not very often.
Up over 55% on 512s. The 511s are up over 38%. I also have SPY 525 calls for April 19th that are up 60% and 525 for June 20th that are up 11%. And also charter positions on the long.
Intel CFO at the Morgan Stanley Tech Conference, most of the top 20 foundry customers are running test chips with the company. That's India, November, Tango, Charlie, INTC.
Let's take a look at Intel. Intel got some news there. INTC. A little bit of a dip on Intel. So you can see NVIDIA cleared that all-time high pivot. Just erase that at 889. You've broken on the 10 minutes, still looking for confirmation on the 10-minute chart. You did get that confirmed breakout on the 5-minute chart. All sectors green today. All sectors are green. The best performing sector is XLK. Second best performing sector is utilities and then materials. The worst performing sector is XLY, consumer discretionary, lagging because of Tesla. But Tesla's firmed up. It looks like it's trying to go green today. Nice little potential daily bottoming tail after you made a new low. So investors are swooping up again and buying this same support zone on Tesla.
RTY looks interesting, Chuck.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Wait, 7280 is there? Yeah.
Yeah, they're still good at the end of the day.
I'm still holding an NVIDIA short average on a 3/4 position at 890.65. Still holding a QQQ short average on a half position at 441.13. Took profits on Abercrombie, took profits on Apple earlier. Oil's back at $79 a barrel, guys. Oil's back at $79 a barrel. Apple's still negative despite the Q's up quite substantially. All yields are down across the curve, but they have caught a little bit of a bid off of the lows.
Our 155 calls for UPS that I held is up 72%. Our Wolf swing, our $45 March 17th Wolf swing is up 75%. The Wolf swing. And then also WPM. I wonder. Yeah, that's
Big down candle there on the Qs. Apple breaking down, guys. So we're back in the money on the Qs. Nice job, nice job. Back in the money on the Qs. We are seeing some heavy profit taking there. Big down candles coming in, guys. Look at that technical breakdown on Apple, guys. Nasty sell. Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Looking for a cover zone, guys, on the Qs around 439.70. Let's ride, guys. Let's ride. This could be a fit. Look at the sell. Is there news, guys? Is there news? I'm just seeing massive sell side candles. Look at this. Whew, whew. All right, guys. I'm covering my Qs. I'm going to cover my Qs. I just covered at 439.93, guys. 439.93. Look at this. Still riding NVIDIA. Holy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that, guys. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Where did that come from? Who got that? Who got that with us? Beautiful. Look at that. Holy shit. We're still riding an SOXS. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Still riding an NVIDIA. That was epic, guys. That was epic. Look at that sell. Came right out of nowhere. Bang, bang. Thank you very much. I will take that QQQ trade. Still holding NVIDIA and the SOX long. So that's a nice $1.19 per share on the Qs. Beautiful, beautiful job there. Still holding this SOXS long. We're basically just flat on SOXS. My average is sitting at 313, guys. 313 average on SOXS. But that looked to be a news candle. I'm trying to scan to see if anything else came out here. I'm not really seeing any news headlines yet. Is it the NYCB news maybe? No. Regionals? Russells? I don't know if there's more regionals, but that was huge. That was incredible. Good job, guys. Another win on the books on the Nasdaq, and that's not a healthy sign. Now, if NVIDIA loses its previous high pivot here, that's not going to be a good sign. At the moment, it's still strong, but we took some nice profits there. Way to go. All right, NVIDIA, we're basically back to the green side. What a flush. Anybody caught that with us? Nice job. Nice job. Huge win there. Just being patient, right? This is the thing about being patient, right? Often you have to sometimes sit for an hour or two in a short, and then all of a sudden, bang, market breaks down, news. Again, markets are still extended. Look at this QQQ pressure. Look at the Russell, too. The Russell's getting slaughtered. I don't know if there's a headline on this New York Community Bank or another regionals, but this is looking nasty, guys. This is looking nasty. Guys, I'm going to take an IWM put option, 204 put on the IWM, 204 0DT put on the IWM. NVIDIA is still writing NVIDIA short. We're in the money. Look at the sell side program, guys. SOX is now in the money. Come on, baby. Give it to us. Come on. Keep taking it down. Keep taking it down. Huge decline across the board on everything there. Everything declined across the board. Huge decline. Come on, Russell. Come on, Russell. Keep falling. Qs are still falling. Qs are still falling, guys. Qs are still falling. I'm writing that SOXS. We're now in the money. NVIDIA, we're in the money by about $3 now. NVIDIA is breaking this channel. You'll have support at this neckline. I'm going to cover half my NVIDIA at this 884, 885 zone, guys. So I'm looking for a cover on NVIDIA around this 884, 885 zone, this previous little neckline. Still holding, though. Still holding. Oil took a decline. Anybody see any news headlines that caused that? You know, there was a breakdown in Apple selling, or is this just pure technicals? I'm not really seeing any headlines yet, guys. You know, all I'm seeing at 130 was the NYCB. Bancorp fell 40%, is halted as troubled bank reportedly seeking cash infusion. That's the only headline I see on NYCB, but that shouldn't have caused it because we already knew NYCB was weak. So I'm not too sure, but if anyone knows any headlines, please put in the chat so we can all try to help each other here. But that was a pretty big decline, guys. That was a really big decline. Tesla down 1.4, Apple back to the negative side. Microsoft's just holding on to some near-term gains at the moment. Still super, super weak. That was insane.
Was it the Bancorp news?
Big buy program in NVIDIA.
I haven't seen any like new news.
Probably got money here.
Everything's catching a bit off of the lows. NVIDIA, we're back to the flat side. SOXS, we're basically slightly down, flat. But Qs and SPY seeing a really big bounce off of the zone. So markets are getting gobbled right back up.
This is the typical, like if there's not like extra news or anything, then it's snap back and bounce pretty quick.
So that was just a big technical sell-off, fat finger, profit taking. But really, I mean, you did have some pretty epic breakdowns across the board, even in Apple again. You know, Apple not looking too hot on a technical basis. Definite clear technical breakdown on Apple. NVIDIA right back up. Bought back up. Russell getting bought back up. Qs, same thing. SPY, same thing.
It's about 30, 40 points, 30 points. Yeah, I can't believe he helped me.
So there might have just been a lot of calls waiting at the zone expecting we were breaking out of the Qs and the SPY. And that's when market makers can just flush it, grab the liquidity, shake people out, and then they rip it back up. There's certainly that scenario, but I'm not seeing any news. That was just a quick drop. What a wick down, though. Crazy.
Regional insurance for myself and grab some Columbia COLB April 5th.
Marching cabin?
No. COLB is it was the other NYCB one.
Alright, I'm taking a little bit more out.
Which one was the one that fell last year?
Synchrony or something? 79 to 150.
SVB.
No, I think it's Synchrony. Synchrony's there, and the signature. Not Synchrony.
Signature.
Signature. Yeah. Synchrony, I knew it was SYF. Yeah, Synchrony's bigger name.
Yeah, Columbia was the other one. It was on edge, but it's down quite a bit.
Nice little.
Yeah, I did.
Nice little scalp.
Beautiful.
That worked.
Held that 510. That was hedge pressure for today, so no surprise that we got that big of a bounce off of there.
They're about to recapture the freaking war.
Yeah, right.
That was an insane drop, and now they're pushing it right back up.
It did just like fill in the candle gaps there. On the 5 minute.
This is about
Our QQQ is almost back to that same short zone. Pretty miraculous. But now what we got to watch for is potentially a right shoulder formation. On the Qs, you have your left shoulder, you have a head. If this starts to curl over to the right side, then you could be shaping up for a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern. Still lots of time in the day to actually develop that right shoulder and potentially come back down and test it. So we'll see. Still waiting on that NYCB news, whether or not they get delisted or not. Time will tell.
It's a love-hate relationship. And Benito, what's up? Yeah.
Did you buy that thing?
Sure he did.
Paper. I have a Condor on this morning. 80% already.
Yeah, no, I like it too.
Nat gas coming down, oil coming down. NVIDIA still holding above its previous all-time high pivot.
Actually, I think you could go really far. Like 1.7% for tomorrow on Qs.
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
Like if you're not saying if you want to be really safe, then you can still get about 18 to 20 cents on the Condor.
oh yeah.
What a bounce, though. Question is, are we going to see more selling and retest those lows? Apple, Tesla still the only negative Q components. Semis are still strong. Quite a bit of volatility today, right? Gap up, big sell-off, big rally, big dump, another rally, struggling at that double top, huge dump. This is a distributive range.
Ooh, tweet ready. Pump it up.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Oh my god.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Still don't know if there's any news that anyone saw. I don't really see anything across my news wire here.
Yeah. It's like, what is that called?
Just type that in. Type in like offer boy. Yeah, you banked it on that drop, didn't you? Oh, that was nasty. Dude, I heard Dave type it and your voice go from like 6.5 to like a 10. I hit a 10. Because that was a top ass hole. Wait, were you on NQ? ES. ES? Oh, like not the micro. Oh, fire. I added one, like let's see. I added one at 131. Both actually 131 time and 131 price. 131.75. We dropped. I had a buy automatically set at 123, and then I got out of the runner down. Yeah, made a lot of money on that one.
All right, we're seeing Amazon now curling back down. Same thing with Microsoft and Apple. IWM peeling away. NVIDIA also curling.
Had my thesis. I had no reason to get out yet until we cracked that high day. I mean, I won't lie. My biggest day ever was luck, for sure. Oh, we're doing it again. I shorted a decent trade, but
So we are coming back down slightly again. We'll see if they want to take us deeper than before. Apple, Microsoft seeing some heavy candles here. Heavy candles. NVIDIA, we're back in the green. Russell puts. Remember, we took 204 0DT put. Looking for that to go in the money. NVIDIA, we're in the money. Apple getting some serious sell side pressure. Look at this. Look at this, guys. They are trying to take the S&P and the Qs back down. Imagine the S&P goes negative today. Imagine the S&P goes negative today. What would that put? What sentiment would that put in the market? But again, you have to expect this with another bank going under, most likely. But like, look at these declines in Amazon. These are some big sell side volume candles. Amazon, MSFT, your largest company in the world. And again, these look like bullish flag patterns developing intraday, and now we are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure.
Getting close. 1,500 away.
That post you made, I didn't throw that up top. So everybody can see that. You had a lot of achievements. Is that just like over the past month, Nate?
I started about I think it was last Monday. Last Monday or Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
Got to get to 6K with the 2K last one.
Okay.
Almost there.
Yeah, 2K lost. That's fun.
All right, bigger decline coming in, guys. Bigger decline coming in. We're now in the money again on NVIDIA. In the money on our Russell. Let's play ball. Two sectors now red. Communications just rolled over. So we're starting to see more broad market weakness creeping in. We are starting to see more broad market weakness creeping in. A few more sectors turning red, a little bit more red on the screen starting to appear. Google, Amazon, both red. Apple red. Microsoft red. Tesla red. Next mega cap to go red is going to be Amazon is tinkering. Next mega cap to go red is basically going to be, wow, maybe either Meta, because communications just started rolling over. But Meta's not looking too hot. So guys, it's been a nice profitable session for us here so far. We've closed quite a few wins, and we're still got a few hours left in trading. So please definitely give my tradingcapital.ca a check out, my website, where I run a swing trading and day trading service. Members, I will be updating the position log today at some point.
It doesn't matter. Price action. Price action setups there. I don't care what it doesn't matter what argument you have. Price action.
This could get really nasty. Guys, I did cover my NVIDIA there. I covered half of the position at 884.59. We gave you that target well in advance. Well in advance. So it's another win, $6.27 per share. Look at that bounce off that zone. Wow, what an epic bounce. Huge bounce. Still holding my SOXS. Still looking at NVIDIA here. But what a bounce. What a bounce.
TSLA, Tesla, Bill, deciding a Tesla spokesperson says German plan to remain without electricity until the end of next week. TSLA, Tesla.
Order filled. SPX is 5100. Look out. Order filled. Holy SPY lost hedge completely back. Does anybody have any idea what's going on?
Oh no, but the tape is flying right now.
When did this start? It started about an hour ago. There was like, I don't know if this would impact the markets as bad. There was reports on another attack on the ship.
So dollar has a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern that looks like it wants to break out. So a little bit of an invert bottoming formation on the Dixie here, guys. A little bit of a bottoming formation on the Dixie. If we break out of that, then we should see a move back into the 103.50 zone. So watching that Dixie closely.
Good thing I was talking to Mikey.
Sure. Do cover up.
You just let a bunch of people down. A bunch of people down.
I know. There was a lot of places I could talk about. Has anybody tested this new article drafter thing? That it like shows you whenever you're writing a long post now with it?
I haven't even seen it. I've only seen other people do it. I don't think I've gotten the ability.
I'm not really sure how to use it just yet. But it lets me write articles now.
You have to do that online or something? How do you do it?
Yeah, the desktop.
And what is there like a pop-up that comes up?
Yeah, if I put a post in, it's like over the word limit. It just pops up and it's like, try this out and you can post it. And then I can make drafts in there and stuff. And I can like do formatting, like italics and all that kind of stuff. Numbered lists. Yeah, that's cool. How about that Bitcoin? Back up to 67. I'm almost back to even on my Pepe.
Pepe.
Shout out Pepe. Anybody trading anything?
Alright, up about 20 points here. Here you got stuff here.
Yes. Everybody's in chains right now.
Yeah. Order shorted and then you place the bounce. That's how I shorted it. Additional customers. How about that PLTR? Back to the green.
Why? Is it just me or just crashed like what? All of them now.
Oh boy, let's take a look. Haha, yeah, that's a tough candle. Damn, gonna get 25% back? Wolfie, are you long Wolf? I do own some Wolf. Unfortunately, I'm pretty far down on it. Oh, yeah.
Dude, I tagged you yesterday. On that, but there was $1 million in flow on it, so like 8%.
What? was this candle? Where is this exhaustion coming from? What?
Minx came back from the doctor or something.
I mean, we knew it was going to be an inside day. Well, there it is. Once again.
Yep, I was playing the inside day. It was a good day, but it worked out.
Oh, that's
It worked out.
Jordan, what are you trading?
You know, I've been red all this week. Personally, I was getting stopped out of everything, not doing it. So
Never going to
I'm
Disneyland
taking a
again?
step back personally right now. I'm just hanging out, but everybody here is just banking it, and I love to hear the boys doing it. So I'm just hanging back. But
got three
we'll flip her around.
in Vanguard Bond ETF, BND. Just now. I know what the BND.
All right, NVIDIA, right back to our previous short zone. This is technically another short.
Bendy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picking down entries the past few days during the commercial day, so I'm taking a step back for now. But some great volatility today for everybody to capitalize on. But I made 3 red trades in a row, which means I'm not allowed to trade anymore. So as much as I would want to take a position with this volatility going on, I'm doing myself. So. What do you think?
I'm gonna take another scan here on the wall.
I got that's fine.
What's that?
I'm with you, Jordan. I got chopped up on that spy just now. I had 2 others on. Oh, fine. I got one that I'll keep small. But yeah, it's I don't want to do that, so I'm probably all it too.
We're gonna try and work our way back. We got 2 more days of this market, so we'll see if we can make some plays Thursday or Friday. I'm not gonna rush anything, but might be a red week for me this week, so we'll see. Either way, gonna try and keep those losses as small as possible, and we'll just move on.
I like the recapture of 71.
Yeah, back above hedge here.
Come on, Spy, give it to me right away. Bring it home.
Spy is trying to get back through hedge pressure here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh,
QQQ coming in
last little bit.
Oh, QPS.
Pocket break.
You're a heartbreaker.
Let's see. QQQ, you gonna reject D-Walk here? Do we do it again? I don't know. I don't want to press my luck, but I got a hot hand.
No. Pin it.
No? Pin it? Okay. That makes the most sense, actually. Another, that devil on my right shoulder is talking to me.
Yes.
That's the one that gets you in trouble, though.
I know it's a constant battle back and forth. No, I'm like looking left and right. I want to be the good guy, but
Jordan ready to roll here in a minute or two?
yeah, we'll be ready to roll for sure.
Yo, shout out to Nate for getting 17,000 followers. Little hint in the chat up there. Let's go, Nate. Let's go, Nate.
I'll just throw that up there.
Appreciate Justin. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Jordan, for throwing that up there, man.
Yeah, no worries, bro. I want everybody to see that.
It's been good. Appreciate
Then
it.
you gonna do the newsletters growing fast. Congrats on that.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we had Alex here this week, too, so feeling good about that. Stuff. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll throw after hours co-host Sharky. If you want to hop back on, feel free. Or I don't know if you're gonna start. Okay.
Oh! I did it again.
Scored again.
I did it again.
Wow. if you're not following them, I mean, I don't know if you're doing yourself a disservice. This guy kills it. Another one of the future scalpers, just an absolute killer. So keep killing to them. Appreciate it. Yep. All right, Wolfie, you ready to roll?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well done, bro.
Yes, sir.
I'll throw afterwards.
Stop. Okay, man.
Stop. Oh, buddy, let's get it rolling. Okay, good morning. Let the games begin. Yeah.
What's going on, Kevin?
Doing great. This has been kind of a dream come true. I've always envisioned for some
All right, so a little bit more weakness creeping to small caps indices across the board. You have Amazon looking for a new low of day, Meta curling down, Apple curling down. Everything's curling down at the moment, except for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still trying to remain resilient and push higher here. So we'll see if it tries to see any sort of weakness or if we remain firm at these levels. Russell's still just teetering on the break of this little bit of a neckline zone. Semiconductors are selling off, even though NVIDIA is holding firm. Amazon new low of day. Amazon new low of day. Microsoft is testing a range break to the downside, so we are seeing more weakness creep into the picture here, guys. We are seeing more weakness creep into the picture. Tesla, exceptionally weak. Exceptionally weak. Still no news on NYCB. If anyone sees anything across the headlines on NYCB, let me know, because there might be a trade set up in the regionals. I'm looking at other stocks, and they're super, super weak, actually, across the board. So
out to Jack here, Papers. He's in Steve Kraft, and he's an amazing team to see if they come to the big project, and they can absolutely nail the company. So, quick intro for Jack. He was the previous co-founder of Binary, and now runs Slip Labs. It's this amazing kind of dev and science shop that builds almost anything cool, and they absolutely nailed building stock guys this year. Jack, you want to do a quick intro? Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Just super fun project. Thanks for having me on today. And like Kevin said, I'm hosting January 15th, so I have this crazy idea. Let's see what we can put together. 2 months, really intense build, but really, really fun. Just to do something that's not traditional, with stock.
Huge pop on the Russell there. Huge pop on small caps.
Trying to lean a little bit into the basketball side, trying to have some fun there, but still make it a fun competition that everyone's been involved with. But a little bit about myself, Kevin said, I've been in the NYC for 4 years.
What a push in the indices here. The Dixie is also trying to break out simultaneously, guys. The Dixie is trying to break out of this little inverse. And it's interesting to see the market's also trying to firm up here. I'm going to add to my Russell put position. I just added up here at 205.29. Added another contract. Only thing I've seen on NYCB is that they're trying to raise capital. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that come across CNBC, FinViz, a couple other news wires here. So far, small caps are holding up okay. Russell 2000 getting a nice big bid. Microsoft 5-minute bear flag. Apple 5-minute bear flag. Amazon trying to break its 5-minute bear flag. Meta trying to push back up. Google actually trying to curl up. NVDA trying to curl up. So again, a mixed market here across the board. It is a mixed market across the board. So again, crude oil inventories came in bullish today, which is why crude moved up. At 3:15, you have a Kashkari speaking. So Fed member Kashkari expect for more jawboning to occur. Huge big pump in the Russell, guys. In terms of tomorrow, let's just look at the data that's coming out tomorrow. And again, NVIDIA is a fade opportunity. You can see this resistance channel that it keeps getting rejected off here. Still inside of this wide range sell-off bar. Still above your previous all-time high pivot. That's why it's a tough short. Tough short. But the semiconductor bear ETF is looking like it wants to push higher here. It's getting a nice consolidation, bull flag type pattern. Microsoft, Apple still negative. All right, so for tomorrow we have Challenger job cuts at 7:30, not too important. And then you have at 8:30 a massive data set, the initial job loss claims. Consensus is for 217,000. The initial job loss claims measures the number of individuals who filed for unemployment insurance for the first time during the past week. Okay. So basically the last initial job loss claims number came in slightly higher by about 6,000. The three previous numbers before that came in lower. So the chart is potentially showing, we're forming a base here. The base is creating potentially a higher low, which means that maybe we are going to reach a scenario, just like Powell said, where we should see more weakness. He would like to see more weakness in the labor market. So we're still waiting on that. Potential basing formation on the semiconductors. You have this nice shoulder formation forming here. Basically, if you break this little neckline zone here, you have a decent size move up in the bear ETF.
Dude, I'm Team Celsius as well. Actually, I just interviewed their CEO yesterday for a podcast. Dude, it was so fun, and it was a good job filming this time. But dude, there are so many. I don't think you showed anything. It's obviously
Russell coming in a little bit sharper now, guys. Let's see if the Russell can actually go negative.
Celsius is one of my top 8, right? So like, I took Coinbase over Celsius.
All right, guys, I'm shorting NVIDIA here, 892.90, 892.90. This is a 1/4 position, 892.90, short NVDA, 1/4 position. We're back in it. We are back in it. 892. Again, this is a high-risk setup because semis are still the bright spot in the market. Things are still trying to firm up. But we are back in an NVDA short. We've actually banked quite a bit today, guys. So just if you're in profits, roll with your profits, protect them. Don't turn your day into a red day. But we are rolling in the profits here today on these day trades. Hopefully this put can flush down to 204. That would be epic. That would absolutely be epic for us. All right, NVIDIA's already off to kicking our butt. Gotta love when a trade starts that way. But again, we saw that happen, right? We've seen the shorts. It's a tough market to short when the algos are just bidding everything up. And I am seeing the Dixie, the DXY, trying to break out of that little inverted head and shoulders pattern. So the Dixie looks like it wants to grind higher, and we've seen a weak Dixie all day. And now it's starting to push up here, guys. So just be very, very cautious. I want to check out that GDX chart, because gold will often tell us, look at the sell-off in the GDX. That's telling us that, okay, maybe the dollar has found a near-term bottom here, and we could see a little bit of sell-side pressure. But gold did make a new all-time high today. Hasn't closed above it, but it did make a new all-time high. Certainly impressive to see. Very, very impressive to see. I'm actually more inclined to short gold at these levels.
Can you kind of give people just the context here? Because it does make it easy why you're the right person to build something like this. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I guess my claim to fame is I started going all in one single stock at a time during the pandemic. And boy, that was a perfect time to try that strategy out. And
Here we go, guys. Here we go. All right, we're also discussing data while we manage these trades. So we're riding 2040 DT puts on the Russell. We're riding the semiconductor bear ETF at 313 long. We're also having NVIDIA short here at 892. Look at that rejection. So we're nicely in the money. Where I'm looking to cover again on NVIDIA is right back in this vicinity, maybe a little bit lower. Russell 2000, if our 204 puts get in the money, we will secure, or I will secure profits pretty much instantaneously. I don't fuck around with zero DTEs. You fuck around, you find out. So Apple moving down. Yep, everything's moving down here, guys. This is why we're put puts on the Russell. We shorted NVIDIA again, and we went long this SOXS. So we're in another 3 trades at the moment. So we are still seeing the indices come down. Come on, the Russell. Give us. Remember, we added to our cons, our put cons up at this 205.28 range. So we are starting to make some money on these options, but I want a little bit more. I do think we can still get more. Again, initial job loss claims tomorrow at 8:30. Very, very important for the market. You also have exports, imports that can be market moving. And then, again, Fed Powell testifies tomorrow at 10 a.m. yet again. And then you also have an 8:45 a.m. ECB conference. Natural gas stores at 10:30. That's important for anyone trading UNG long. And then you have Atlanta Fed GDP at 11:30. Remember, their last Atlanta Fed GDP revision was revised up 2.1 forecast to actual 2.5%. So Atlanta Fed GDP is all over the place. You have a couple short end of the bill auctions. You also have the Fed balance sheet. So really the big data set is in the morning at 8:30, the initial job loss, and then Powell's testimony is going to be pretty imperative to the market. So we're going to wait to see how things, shape up here. Look how oversold Apple is. I mean, again, can't catch a bid. The NASDAQ is up. It was up almost 1%, and Apple's been negative all day. From a risk to reward setup here, I do like Apple on the long side. It's starting to become very appealing. It is really starting to become appealing here. Just the sell-off, like on RSI is 21.93. Wowzers. That's exceptional. But obviously, if we run into a scenario where the indices keep still falling, Apple could still fall, but it is getting somewhat oversold here in this range. Definitely at least on the daily chart. Look at NVIDIA's momentum just right back up. Right back up. All right, guys, I just went long Apple, 168.99. 168.99. So we have a little bit of a pairs trade on watch again. $168.99 long Apple.
And now to factor in potential risks on Trump coming back to the office, which is the recognition of the China trade war. And Starbucks and Apple are kind of the poster child of a China trade war where they're going to get hit hard. You could throw Tesla in there as well. But I think so far it's like being beat up with that kind of twist to it, that maybe it's just like way ahead of itself in the near term. And because of that, you look at the chart for Apple, it's very oversold. And yes, I'm not full on Apple long term, but look at the chart, probably oversold, and you see it bouncing in the near term, and that's exactly how you can play this stock magnet type of game. Like, all right, well, clearly I don't own Apple and I don't want to own Apple, but next month I can see them potentially being one of the winners of all these games. Another great example is I'm looking over here. Let's see. So I have Starbucks going up.
Everything's getting a pretty decent bounce. Russell, Qs, SPY, everything here.
Incentive for people to transfer towards their platform, get 2% match. I think that's incredibly bullish and a touching point for us to get an older audience demo into the app. And with the crypto craze that's happening right now, I do think they're at a really interesting inflection point where they can be very bullish in the near term or medium term. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about
NVIDIA right back up. Apple also bouncing. Russell bouncing. Everything bouncing. I'm just going to move Apple here. And we can take a look at the Russell. I'd be shocked if Apple doesn't get a bounce soon. So we're long Apple at 168.99. 168.99. I might swing this overnight. I do like 170 calls for March 8th as well. Nice job there, Mike. Yeah, those QQQ puts, you still held through that. What a beast. What a beast. Those just went in the money for you, right? Pretty much QQQ hit a low of 437.96, so those paid, man. Nice job. Nice job. I was actually getting a little concerned, to be honest, about those puts, but you held through them. That's why I was just doing common shares short, because I know sometimes those options can be almost rigged in a certain way, but those paid nicely. You were patient. We've been patient pretty much all day, and those absolutely printed. So still have a short on NVIDIA, a long on Apple, puts on the Russell. Hopefully these Russells can flush back down to about this low range here. But right now they are trying to firm up. So oil going lower. So oil's actually losing a lot of its gains here. It's only up on the session 1.34%. Still positive, but oil going lower is not helping things. You're still seeing the DXY pushing higher here. That inverted head and shoulders has broken out with clear force. Upside target is 103.48. So we are seeing the dollar pushing oil down here.
Pinterest, Pepsi, Penn Gaming, I guess no one wants to bet for that. Ford, EA, Match, Coca-Cola, surprisingly. Booking, Snap, Lyft.
Russell's trying to push back up.
So if anyone wants to be brave and volunteer to pick those, we do need some champion those tickers.
Yeah, that does make sense to me, kind of to run down there. Some bookies are thinking. I will say, I don't see.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how volatile those 0DTs can be. Very volatile. You can be up 100%, you can be down 100%. You can be up. It's crazy. This volatility has been pretty immense today. It's been really something, Regional banks have had a huge pop to the high side again. NYCB still halted.
I had NVIDIA losing to SMCI in the second round, not because I think SMCI is as good of a stock as NVIDIA, but similar theme, and SMCI seems to have a little bit more volatility. So we shall see. I had SMCI get pretty far into it. I think that it might eke out that NVIDIA might be better or something, and then that exact same theme that we're all talking about here might carry forward a little bit. We just gotta hope that music doesn't stop before start of
Last year in the game, there was a lot of especially the last couple years. Kevin, are you seeing a decrease in love for Tesla? Is that real?
That's a good question. Tesla was against Rivian in the first round. And that, I think it's around 50-50 today. But then it goes against the winner of Netflix or Disney. And I think a lot of people are picking Disney over Tesla. I mean, looking at the stats here, Disney's been up 31 days versus down 14 days, while Tesla's only been up 20 days this year. So as a consistent picker, I think Disney does trump Tesla in this case. It's been so volatile, especially the last month.
Yeah, I had Disney beating Tesla in my bracket.
Yeah.
Apple coming in, NVDA coming in. Russell's just still inside of this big distribution range. Dixie is surging, pushing higher here. SPY's actually trying to break down just a little bit here. You can see on the SPY chart, you are piercing this little bit of a previous little neckline on the SPY. If you connect it from this low pivot to this high pivot, you're right at that neckline right now on the SPY. So if you break this, I mean, it does open up a move lower, and it should take the indices negative. We could see a late flush into the end of the day. The flushes today have been quick and fierce. You know, you've been grinding, chopping what appears to be bullish consolidation, then all of a sudden, boom, big fat finger sell. So just recognize that the sell-offs have been very fierce today. It's almost like they're roping money in, and then they just sell it down. But we'll see. You know, still some stocks are oversold intraday, daily chart like Apple. Yeah, that's certainly a possible, Mike. I do see a few as well. But I mean, you still have strength in the semis, right? You still have strength in the semis. Still have to respect this QQQ rally at the moment. Still have all indices green. So there is broad market participation happening in this rally. Still just waiting on NVIDIA here, right at our entry. Semis are catching another bid. Looks like the Russell's trying to get pushed up here into the end of the session. All mega cap tech is trying to curl up again. Trying. Meta, big green 10-minute candle. Google, Amazon all pushing. So we're long Apple, short NVIDIA, long the SOXS, puts on the Russell. Russell puts are slowly going against us, but we still have time on the clock. There's still an hour and a half of trading.
closer designs for each one, but in each active category, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the little mascots like Major and stuff. They're all cartoony and competitive.
Very nice, very nice. So if you are an audience again, I would say go ahead, click the link. It's at the top of the space. I'm about to show my bracket underneath it. See if it's going to shoot right again and check that. Again, it took me what, really 3 minutes. You could probably fill it out. Just click this thing. It's pretty nice and easy to go ahead and do. There's some great prizes. To be honest, you got maybe pick some commercials, candidates, because you never really know what's going to happen in general week in the stock market. Plus, the first week they're doing it, there's things to see, so things could get totally thrown into disarray. Now, ultimately, it's just whichever stock is up more, right? Having it down 3 is down 4%, that's down 3%.
There is kind of a higher.
Yeah. All right, a little bit of a decline there in the Qs. The SPY, the Russell, NVIDIA saw some selling, still long Apple, short NVIDIA. Basically, we're just in the money by about 2 cents on our semiconductor play, slightly down on our Russell put options.
One thing that I thought was interesting too is you guys mentioned NVIDIA's had the hot hand, and they definitely do. They have their big.
Tristan, are there any other options that expire in the AM, like VIX can? It's a good question. That's a good question. I'm actually not too sure. I'm not actually too sure. I don't think off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't think there is, but I could be wrong. Let's see if I can find that answer for you.
SMCI is actually the hotter hand videos right now. They're just not as popular and you don't hear about it that much. So maybe they're a little bit of a sleeper pick there. So I have them as well to my final four as well. And then I think again I'll mention the crypto narrative. I think it's just so huge right now. Talk to some guys who want to trade leverage on crypto. It's like if you want to trade leverage on crypto, just trade options on coin. So I really think with the bull run and the halving coming up, I think Coinbase is the winner here. So that's why I got as my top pick. Coinbase taking it all. I think it's pretty cool. Different prizes you can win. Lambo, Tesla Model 3, Apple Vision Pro, and a bunch of other prizes, PS5, Xbox, and let's not forget those Stanley tumblers that all of the Starbucks ladies were knocking people over Target, inside Target to get those. So you know those are a hot commodity. But yeah, I got Coinbase going all the way. Another thing I want to say too, Kevin, really do love the app. It's pretty awesome to be able to see WTF.
That's a good question, Briston. I'm not too sure.
Portfolio trade every day. See his live picks. Seems like a couple months ago, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like WTF had like a $55 million portfolio, and then today you check it, it's at $92 million. So
all right, so a little bit more of a decline.
Know that those are verified picks, not like paper trades or something like that.
A little bit more of a decline in the Qs. And S&P, NVIDIA were in the money nicely here. Looking for a little bit more downside though.
His Barnesdale strategy where he doubles down. Stock is going down. And yeah, he started off, I think he joined our app in September with maybe $35 million. And now it's like up to $80 or $90
currently, I think, about $30 million in a mix of shares and calls. Yeah, it's wild to watch. Every time he makes a post, like we just get a huge spike. Everybody just like runs into the app to ask him questions and get his thoughts on it.
The $92 million is what his portfolio says today. I have the notifications on for the app, so anytime he makes a post.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that.
He just bought or sold, so that's pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking for his username is WTF because that's what you say when you get the push notification.
He made like $13 million on Square Trade a couple months ago, and then he just kept the one share just for the simple set, which made me crack up. But yeah, I think that's pretty sweet that you can track it. Coin's my winner. That's what I got. Look forward to picking up my Lambo for him.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Kim, I just saw that you posted a share report.
Well, Bitcoin. I mean, I think that's kind of been we have all of these Bitcoin miners running. I think Bitcoin is the dark horse and all that. It's a catch-up trade. So yeah, that's the one that I picked. Winner Costco was on there. I picked that one. But I like Costco. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you can see Apple's just been chopping in this range from this high pivot to this high pivot, low pivot, low pivot. So maybe a little bit more downside until we hit the bottom of the range, but still just super oversold on the daily. So our next ad level is going to be at this 168.35. And again, I think I'm going to hold this one overnight. Unless we get some sort of a big pop, I think I will hold Apple overnight. I'm leaning more towards that. Have a great day on socks. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, we're still holding that SOXS. We are still holding that SOXS at 313. It is trying to push higher and break out. I still have an upside target today of 324. Should put us in the money by a nice degree here. That could be still about a 4%, 3.9% move up in the SOX, which would be roughly about just over 1% decline in the semis. So NVIDIA would have to certainly break down.
Celsius was an easy one across the board. I feel like that. You know, I got long Celsius. It's on my portfolio. So I got long when it took that big leg down. So I'm really excited about Celsius. So that one was an easy one. What were some other ones that you guys had on there? I'm trying to remember. Like between Snap and Pinterest. I mean, I chose Pinterest. I think that was a harder one. Some of these smaller cap names that have just
AMD, NVIDIA, SMCI still holding up. Tesla negative, Apple negative, Microsoft negative. Q still outperforming. A little bit more of a decline coming into the Qs.
First of all, it's available at stockpadness.com. That's really easy to sign up for a bracket. Make sure you do submit it before March 18th. So the bracket picking line is from now until March 18th. Specifically, it close on Monday, March 18th. So definitely do it today if you have the time. And the games run on the pilot from March 19th through April 5th. That's this 3-week period. And if you go to stockpadness.com/schedule, you actually get to see which rounds happen each day. So every day, there's like 8 games or 4 games, just spread them out a little bit, and your stocks will go head to head. So basically, in the first round, we have Apple versus Meta.
So Apple's trying to push up, same thing with NVDA. NVIDIA's just been consolidating above that previous pivot high. That's a little bit of a short-term bullish signal. Dollar still trying to move higher off of that inverted head and shoulders break. Russell still inside of a range here. Looks like it wants to go to the high end of the range. Will it break out? Time will tell. Nat gas, small pullback in Nat gas today. That's actually what we want to see. We want to see a tight consolidation range. A 1% pullback is nothing in the grand scheme of things. You're still holding inside of your daily impulse breakout candle, your gap up. So that's beautiful inside consolidation. I would love to see another day of just Nat gas going nowhere. And then that should prove to be a really, really good opportunity to swing it on the long side once we create that flag pattern for an intraday swing. But I want to keep seeing Nat gas just tight range. Right now, markets are just stuck in a range. SPY Qs just range bound. Russell's moved up off of the lows a little bit more than, say, the Qs. You can arguably say this is potentially a little bit of a bearish pattern forming on the SPY. So let's see if it wants to break down. Dollar still trying to push up. We're seeing Bitcoin rolling over just a little bit here. Amazon curling down. Microsoft curling down. Meta's still trying to push up. Google just holding, curling down now. NVIDIA curling down. SPY still underneath this key little neckline, getting rejected on the 5-minute EMA 113. That does open us up to a late day flush, guys. If the SPY loses this area, look, we're flushing now. We're flushing now. Nice flush on NVIDIA and the S&P. We are still continuing to ride our SOXS long. We have an Apple long, we have an NVIDIA short, and a Russell put. So this SOXS is trying to reattempt at breaking out again, so we'll watch it closely. Let's look at that Russell. Russell still just holding above. So notice the relative difference, the strength and weakness. So the Russell holding above the EMA 113 in orange here on the 5-minute chart, and then you look at the S&P. S&P is actually below. So a little bit of relative weakness in S&P and QQQ stocks at this juncture in the market. You actually have the Russell up 0.8%, S&P up 0.4%, Q's up 0.6%, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla all negative. You also have Google and Amazon negative. So really wild to see the Q's still outperforming when massive distribution is happening under the hood of this market. So really, really fascinating to see these rare divergences. It's not often you have these moves where Qs are still holding strong, but you have massive sell side pressure. Here we go. Here goes NVIDIA. Everything is starting to sell here, guys. Again, cover on NVIDIA, guys, is right down on this neckline again. It's going to be somewhere close to this pivot, but I do think we can actually pierce it. I'm still riding my SOXS, which are now up 5 cents per share. So that's roughly equating to about 1.7% up on the trade. Slightly down on Apple, but Apple's one of those ones that I think can definitely have a massive move even if the market's weak, just due to how oversold it is.
Like I was saying before, Nike earnings are on the 19th. The 21st is when Nike earnings are, by the way. That might be the day before it's matching, not the day after it's matching. So it might just be involved in it. That sounds right.
I don't trade spreads on options. I do look at the option chain as well as some options flow.
Some brokerages have privately allowed you to basically get price exposure to crypto. Is that something that you guys are integrating? And just other crypto platforms, some of the more centralized exchanges like Coinbase.
I know a lot of people that do call credit spreads, put credit spreads.
Yeah. We definitely want to add some leads or some tickers.
All right, wow. Did you guys see that massive gap up on NYCB? Holy shit, it was a night. Oh my God. Did anybody see that? NYCB, no wonder small caps are holding up a little bit. Look at that gap up, halted up. A 100% move. Imagine you went long. Holy shit. Look at that move, gap up. That's liquidity injection at its finest. That probably pumped KRE. Yep, look at that move on KRE. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. What an insane move. That's insane. This market is truly something, I tell you. Truly something in this market. Pretty wild. You're long NYCB at 384. Just be careful. Is it halted again? It's probably halted again. You're long at 384. Just be careful. This one's a gamble. Briston, you're gambling here. That's a nice potential bottoming tail, but the market session's not over. They could easily rope in a whole bunch of new liquidity and gap it right back lower. But hey, I'm praying for you. All right, guys, Apple's making a nice little move up. So that one we remain long on Apple. I'm actually just going to put an in-the-money stop on NVIDIA right at this high pivot zone here. So 891.77 stop is in place on NVIDIA. That was an exceptional move on Apple. Wonderful to see. Wonderful to see. NVIDIA is still coming in sharply. Now they are selling the NASDAQ here, or NVIDIA, sorry, and they're putting money into Apple. We've been waiting for this potential rotation trade, a little bit of a pairs trade where we're long Apple, short NVIDIA because Apple's so oversold, NVIDIA is so overbought. Nice move down, guys. Nice move down coming into the picture. Let's see how much we can squeeze.
The only way I'm going to be able to win is like if I get lucky on some sort of dark horse. And so, you know, for me, it was either at the outset, it's got to be GameStop where you just hit this like this insane run. It's got to be something like GameStop, or it's got to be something like SMCI goes to 2,000, which you know maybe it will. So for me, it was like down at GameStop or SMCI. That was my final. You know, I don't think that's a bad way to go about it. Yeah. Not a bad way to go.
All right, so we are seeing a little bit of weakness creep into the entire market. Apple did try firming up there, but you have NVIDIA curling down, Google curling down, Microsoft curling down, Tesla curling up, Amazon curling up. So are we going to eventually see a rotation back into, say, consumer discretionary stocks like Tesla, Amazon? Will Apple catch a bid? Will semis ever sell off?
For me, it's like, okay, you can pick any number of these permutations, the quadrillion different permutations out there. For me, it's like, all right, just pick your favorite, and then pick your favorite.
So NYCB's been halted down again. Halted down. Crazy volatility in the regional banking sector. You know, just as much as it goes up, it comes right back down. It's insane price action. This volatility is not healthy when you start looking at it from a logical standpoint. But Kerry had that massive move up off the back of NYCB, putting some positive sentiment in the market. Now it's coming in. You can see NYCB, big gap up, another gap down. I mean, this chart is just every which way. Up, down, all the way around. Probably the chart only opens up in the next 4 minutes, I think. That's when it will open.
Ooh, that's a good question. What do I think about the market? Well, so, you know, I did a live stream yesterday to my Substack, and I tried to compare a lot of the valuations we're seeing right now to, like, the .com, right? And a couple, you know, two things that popped out to me, and I'd see if I can pull up in the specific callouts here, but essentially, what I was arguing...
NVIDIA coming in a little bit more, so I'm going to adjust my stop lower, guys. 891. Still holding a long on Apple.
And then as a percent of, so that when stocks with enterprise value to sales ratios greater than 10 times now account for 24% of U.S. equity market cap versus 28% in 2021 and 35% of the .com bubble. So I'm in the side of the fence where I don't think we're in a bubble per se. Sure, there's specific names that just don't make any sense in these numbers. But with that being said, I'm still dollar cost averaging. I'm still optimistic, and I plan to own a lot of these names for a very long time.
I like that. Yeah, I don't think we're kind of in a brave new world since the COVID market happened, and it's the wealth gap is just going to keep widening between the haves and the have-nots. And if you were unlucky to be born late and not be born in wealth, it's going to be an uphill.
All right, now heavier selling in NVIDIA, Microsoft, Qs, Russell, SPY. I'm moving my stop down on NVIDIA now at 890. Let's keep trailing this stop lower. Nice little decline coming into the picture, guys. Nice decline. Still holding a long on Apple, long on the SOXS. Come on, looking to cover around this 883 zone, guys. 883. I'm going to put the stop down just in case we get a bigger bounce. 887.41 stop is in place on NVDA, guys. Look at the sell-off, guys. Look at the sell-off. All right, we're coming up to this wick support on NVIDIA. We are coming up into this wick support. Our SOXS is ripping, guys. Our SOXS is ripping. Still going to keep my Apple regardless of what this market does here. That's kind of my swing long hedge. Risk reward. Look at this move, guys. We're nicely up on SOXS. So start securing some profits, guys. Start securing some profits. The news on NYCB. NYCB raises more than $1 billion in equity investment anchored by former Treasury Secretary Stephen Munchin's firm. Thank you, Briston. Thank you. All right, NVIDIA is about to stop us out there for another win. Nope, still in, still in, still in. Still in, guys. Still holding my puts on the Russell. We have 1 hour left in the trading session. Is it going to be a power hour or sour hour? SPY QQQ. Honestly, it looks like the SPY wants to go negative today. If that goes negative in the last hour of trading, that would be quite something. Pretty boring day today for you, Ram. You won't touch NYCB. Yeah, Briston's pretty brave going in on that one. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I mean, there has been volatility. We've netted quite a bit of winners here, so it's been pretty action. But the trades have been taking long. It's been feeling slow, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get a big move. So I mean, we've closed quite a few winners today. Still riding NVIDIA, still riding this put, still riding this SOXS. So it's been a good session here on the live stream. So anyone that's tuned in, congrats. You've probably made money with us today yet again. So that's always what I want to see. I always want to see people making money. Because if you're making money, then I'm making money. It's generally the way it goes. Sour hour, Briston. Let's see. Bitcoin selling off a little bit. Microsoft, Apple near the lows. Semis are under pressure. Guys, I'm looking for a stop, a cover on NVIDIA right around this range, this neckline retest. So in and around this, 883-ish, but we have an in-the-money stop protecting it. And I'm still riding this SOXS long. Upside is roughly 324. Look at this, guys. Here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Amazon down 0.2, Google down 1.12, Nat Gas down 0.6, Bitcoin still up 4.7, Microsoft down 0.3, Apple down 0.7, NVIDIA still up 3%. NVIDIA still up. NYCB is back open, guys. NYCB, I'm actually just going to put that up here on the chart because there's certainly a lot of volatility in this. Let's see if it gets halted again, trading at 322. 322. Here we go, guys. Here we go. NVIDIA, still riding NVIDIA down. Still riding this SOXS. Come on, Russell. Dump into the close here. Dump into the close. Microsoft new low of day. Meta's now coming in sharply. So will we see a quick broad sell-off into the end of the close? Again, these dumps have been pretty fierce. All right, guys, I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on SOXS right here, 317. We're locking in at least 1.4%. Still riding NVIDIA. Still have an Apple long, which is slightly down, but still pretty optimistic about that trade. NYCB seeing heavy volume. Look at this volume on NYCB. Daily chart. Big, monstrous move. NVIDIA may stop us out here for a gain. Let's see. Still in NVIDIA. Hasn't hit my stop yet. It's very close to, though. It's looking like it's probably going to. All right, NVIDIA just tagged my stop there, guys. So that's a nice little gain on NVDA. Still riding the semiconductor and also an Apple long. Apple down about 15 cents. You know, it's kind of intriguing to try to take a stab at this NYCB, but I'm just not in the mood to try to gamble with it at this point. I mean, the positive sign... No, there is no positive sign, actually. No positive sign. If you got back above 360, I'd maybe be more inclined to go long. But, yeah, that's just looking super weak. NYCB is making a move up. My energy says it all. It's a boring day. Yeah, it is a boring day. Yeah, usually I'm a little bit more hyped up. Actually had a busy day yesterday. A little bit more somber as well today. I did have a family friend pass away, so that's also probably why I'm not as hyped. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Briston. All right, so we're just seeing the markets trying to push up into the close here. Apple, we remain long. We covered our NVIDIA for a nice little gain. 892.90 short, down to 887. So another couple $100 to me on that trade. Again, we're still riding Apple. I'm going to swing Apple overnight. I do think that the risk to reward is favorable. I certainly think it's favorable. Again, the bright spot in the market is semiconductors. Still holding resiliency. NVDA, SMCI, AMD, all holding resiliency. Apple in a bear market. All by itself. Actually, Tesla's there with it. Russell 2000 daily chart trying to get back above this high pivot right now. So it's a pretty important close on the Russell. We'll see what action we get. But this is just a heavy distributive range. You know, the Russell's just been chopping in this range really since 1 o'clock. Got that big down move, big pop, and now you're just stuck. You're literally just stuck. Dixie again trying to push higher here. So still riding this SOXS long. Stop loss has not been hit. Still riding an Apple long. Let's look at AAPL down here. Thank you, Ram. CLRB. Let's take a look at CLRB for Ram. Daily chart. First things first, you're hitting a double top. Rejection happened on heavy volume. Earnings is approaching. Earnings is coming up mid-March. Let's look at the weekly. Yeah, weekly looks strong. Weekly does look strong. I like the fact that you're above this previous pivot zone. So this 338, 340 zone. You can actually see we checked back here. Now you're holding above. So this is a nice strong impulse green candle on the weekly. This one is putting in some decent consolidation to move higher here. I do think that this one will move higher. Just want to see something here. The daily 200, you're above that 50 and the 20. So I've thrown on some moving averages. Just want to see on the weekly chart if we're trading at any of these resistance. So you got a nice little crossover. You're above the 50 week. You're above the 50. You're above the 20. Yeah, this looks like it's going to probably push to about $7. That would not shock me. And you can see that there's a resistance pivot zone right here around that 678. Yeah, this one's looking pretty decent. I do think that it goes higher here. I mean, this is a big zone right now because this is where you actually attempted a reversal breakout and then got rejected. And then this is where you lost all of that volume off of this breakout candle. They took it down. So this is a big level, but if you consolidate, you can actually move higher here. And then basically, if you're looking to trade this on the long side, I think that any sort of dip can be bought in this range. Your stop loss is going to be this low of this wide range green candle. That's where I would place my stop. If you got a daily close or even a weekly close below that, I think that's where you have to stop out of the trade, 333. So, I mean, there's still a risk that it could come back down to the low end, which would be roughly about a 17% range. So just be aware that you roughly have now a 17% range from this current $4 area where it could dip into. But I think that if you retrace to here, you could buy it. But it is looking poised to continue higher here. I like the fact that you're actually above these pivots here. So this was your initial daily and weekly candle breakout, this green one. So the fact that you're consolidating above it is technically bullish. And then obviously you need to get above this weekly topping tail. That's keeping price action in check at the moment. But I think that this could be bought. You know, you can clearly see you have a little bit of a daily gap fill sitting around 350. But you do have a lot of moving average support. The 20, the 50, all sloping upwards here. This looks like it wants to move higher. This does look like it wants to move higher. Let's look at the SPY here. Russell's moving up. NYCB back to 367. It is climbing higher here. So you are seeing the Russell 2000 move up. We have about 45 minutes left in the trading session. Just going to turn off some of these moving averages again. So still holding a long on Apple, basically down 4 cents. Going to hold this overnight. Still holding this long on the SOXS. I never officially got stopped out. Did hit that 317, but my brokerage never stopped me out. So we still live to fight another day on the SOXS. Tesla coming in, NVDA coming in sharply now. So NVIDIA is seeing more sell side pressure. You're actually starting to get a little bit more bearish moving average crossovers on NVIDIA. So there could be a late flusher on NVDA, which obviously will drag down the Qs entirely. So let's play ball. Let's see if we can get another move up here. SPY coming in. SPY's looking like it wants to test the low of day, guys. Look at this move down. Let's keep an eye on Apple because we are still holding that one on the long side. This is just a 1/4 day trade long. Microsoft on that sell-off did make a new low of day. NYCB trying to put in a weekly bottoming tail, also a big daily bottoming tail. It's technically above 367, so I think this does provide a potential long scenario on NYCB, but doesn't fit my criteria. I mean, you're kind of just gambling at this point in time, even though it's super oversold. NYCB, it is trying to get a push above a key daily chart support, daily chart resistance zone. So the fact that we're above this pivot high now is a positive sign for NYCB because you had your big breakdown, confirmed breakdown, now you're having a reversal. So there is some positive signs in NYCB. I mean, this could push all the way up to its gap fill around 479, which would imply a really, really big move to the upside. But definitely a risky trade. But fortune favors the brave, right? That's what they say. And with the positive headline that they did secure funding in $1 billion, we'll see if that's enough. As of now, That's a monster gap. That is a monster gap up. Pretty impressive to see. Apple trying to curl up here at the lows of the session. Semiconductors may stop us out here. 317 stop. Again, it's been a pretty good trading session for us. We've closed quite a few winners on NVIDIA. The semis in the money stop. Apple earlier. Russell put is going against us. This one, we may lose on it today. This is 0 DTE. Hoping we get some sort of a dip back down. The semiconductor may stop us out here, guys. But it's been a pretty good day for us today. We're definitely well on our way, net positive. Still seeing some sellers creeping into NVIDIA. Oh yeah, we also banked huge on Abercrombie and Fitch, ANF. We banked over 3.7% on that day trade, so I forgot about that monster. SPY 0DT, 508 put. What are we at? Yeah, you could get a flush. You know, that's a lotto play. I'll take that with you. You want to take that? I'll take that 508 put. Lotto play, size for loss. 508 put, 0 DTE, last 40 minutes. All right, I'll take that with you. All right, guys, 508 put, 0 DTE on the SPY, hoping for a gamble, a little bit of a lotto play here. Size that position for lost. I'm just going in small. Let's size it for loss. We'll see if we get it. Could easily happen. Pre-market low tap. Dixie's trying to push higher still. That NYCB is losing that 360 level again. It's back below it, so not a positive sign. Come on, SPY, give us the flush. Give us the flush. All right, so NVIDIA, Microsoft all curling down. Come on, SPY, give us the flush. Give us the flush. We are starting to push up here, still holding that SOXS. I'm going to move this SOXS stop up just a little bit to 318. 318. Here comes the flush. If these 508s get in the money, you can all thank Briston. We are starting to fall. See, Ram, you have a $7.50 call expiring August 16th. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, you know what? That could probably hit. You got tons of time on the clock. I'll keep that ticker on watch. That's CLRB. I'll keep it on watch. All right, so Russell weakness, SPY weakness, QQQ weakness, semiconductor weakness late into the close here. So we are seeing weakness across the board creeping into the picture. Look at this move in the semis, guys. Nice move. Upside target is 325. That's where I'm going to sell half and hold the rest. All right, I'm moving my stop up to 319 now on the SOXS. Here comes a late flusher, guys. These puts are starting. NVIDIA having a big technical breakdown. So NVIDIA is the culprit here. Late in the session, you are seeing profit taking. And that's what we've been seeing late in the session. NVIDIA has been strong all day. And then they profit taking into the end of the close. You know, same thing here. NVIDIA strong all day, and then boom, profit into the close. So it seems like that's the playbook that they've been doing with NVIDIA over the last couple sessions, which is showing us that the range is showing distribution. So far on the session, I'm up 1.36% on my account, 1.36%. Nice little move for us. That is outperforming the S&P and the Qs and the Russell for the day. Not outperforming silver, not outperforming Bitcoin, but still outperforming the broad indices here. Our Russell puts are also starting to now pay. This SPY put is starting to pay. SOXS, we're nicely in the money, so that one's seeing a continuation move. $36 minutes left in the trading session. Can the Qs and SPY go negative? SPY is the weakest indice, only up 0.3%. SOX is still up 1.96, so massive strength still in the semis despite the semiconductor bear ETF pulling off substantially from the lows here. NVIDIA bounce off the 200. I see the EMA 113 as your bigger support. I don't think NVIDIA is going to bounce too much here because you already bounced off the neckline once, created a lower high. Now you're coming back down to that same neckline, but you've tapped it, you've weakened it. Obviously, there's still a lot of underlying strength in the semis, but I do expect NVIDIA to probably retest this EMA 113, which is around 876.63. Apple were basically flat. Come on, SPY, give us a late flush. Let's look at that Russell. Still watching that NYC bank. It's just floundering at a key support level. The Russell 2000 also basically we're break even on those puts. Again, I may have to close them for a small loss unless we get some sort of a flush. SPY is trying to firm up here on the 1 minute chart. Here comes the SPY, guys. Here comes. Do 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 do. You got the rain has fallen. Do 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 do. Microsoft just made a new low of day. Sorry, it did not. Your low is at 398. My chart was just condensed. Sorry, Microsoft did not make a new low of day. I stand corrected. Your low of day is at 398.50. 398.50. Tesla curling down. Google curling down. NVIDIA is still holding the neckline. As I trade on Rivet, I cannot short or long the stocks. I only have to buy or sell call. I only have to buy or sell calls and puts. So that means I have to pay premium for the same. So if I'm targeting $10 for ABC stock, I have to pay some premium for the same. And if it becomes profit from 11 onwards, how can I overcome this? Any thoughts? Change brokerages. That's the only thing I think, Ram, that we could do is change brokerages. Obviously it's a little bit of a hassle doing so, but it typically is worthwhile exploring new brokerages. Honestly, I've never traded on Robinhood. I'm not familiar. I've seen their platform and their interface, but I've never ever bought or sold off of Robinhood. So I'm not too sure what their interface or how it works. But I'll read your question to anyone on the stream, and if someone knows the answer on YouTube or TradingView here, then I can certainly share an answer with you. So this is one of the viewers' questions. He's trading on Robinhood. I cannot short or long the stocks. I only have to buy or sell calls and puts. So that means I have to pay premium for the same. So if I'm targeting $10 on a specific stock, I have to pay some premium for the same. And if it becomes profit from 11 onwards, how can I overcome this? Any thoughts? You also have Fidelity. That's your 401k. What do you mean paid brokerages there, Briston? Do you mean we can all pay for extra level 1, level 2 data? To borrow or short equities, basically you have to, how I do is through a margin account. I don't think you can do it through a 401k. I know I can't do it through a TFSA in Canada. So it has to be a margin account. Semiconductors weakening, still holding this in the money stop at 319 on the SOX. 319. Upside target is still this 325 zone. NVIDIA is still just stuck on this neckline. SPY just in this range. Really no big moves yet. Excuse me. All right, NVIDIA coming back down again. This is going to apply more pressure to the market. Remember, NVIDIA's probably the most important stock in the market right now. I argue more important than Microsoft. I argue more important than Apple. It'll be interesting to see what the weight of all the SMH stocks, if you added up all the market cap of all SMH or all SOXX stocks, I wonder what that would be. I feel like it would be pretty big. Probably bigger than Apple and NVIDIA. Sorry, probably bigger than Apple and Microsoft. All right, nice flush on NVIDIA, guys. SOX is still performing for us. SOX is still performing for us. SPY is still coming in. Our Russell puts are now starting to print along with our SPY put. So our Russell puts, remember we picked up a couple contracts off those 204 and 205.28. Still riding these 204 0 DTEs. Hopefully we get a flush. If we get a big hard candle down on the Russell, I will look to close those, even if they're not in the money. We're getting a little late in the session here, where it's kind of time is going against us. SPY is still trying to hold up steady here. NVIDIA is still trying to fall. Apple's actually curling up. So the nice thing about this is that as NVIDIA and the Qs and SPY have been falling, Apple long is holding steady and trying to actually curl. That's a nice little positive sign at the moment. Come on, SPY, give us the flush. Honestly, you have to. You have to watch NVIDIA like SPY. It's crazy. You know how I got 3 32-inch monitors, curved monitors, plus one iPad, 2 cell phones, usually 3 cell phones, and then my laptop, plus my TV behind me that's usually running CNBC or Bloomberg in the background. So I have a whole host of data. But I have my 8 windows on my top screen. I have all of the mega cap techs. So Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon, and then Bitcoin. Those are my 8 stocks that I always have open. Then I have the high volume gainers. I have the YouTube window on the side, and then I have my main little trading screen, which I show. And then I have on my left, I have the dollar, S&P, QQQ, Russell chart, nat gas, oil, and then a few individual names. And then I monitor all the sectors. So I got a massive amount of data that I'm always watching here on the screens. Yeah, those IWM puts and then sold it. Yeah, those are printing, right? Those are print. Robinhood sold them? What the fuck? Can they do that? Look at the flush. Woohoo! Yes, come on, baby. Flush it. Flush it. SPY, come on. SPY 508s and 204s. Let's get in the money late in the close. I'm moving my stop up on the SOXS to 320. So locking in at least 2.4%. Guys, I'm going to actually look to take a bit of profits off the table here on the Russell. I'm going to close. All right, I'm going to close one contract here. I'm going to leave the rest running. We're just getting really late in the session here. I want to just use a little bit of risk management. So I just closed one contract. I still have one more runner. Still holding my SPY though. Still holding my SPY. And this SOXS. Apple long, that one I'm holding overnight. So SPY. Nice decline though, nice decline. But that sucks that Robinhood just closed it. So they sell the 0DTs at 330 if you don't have the balance to cover it or something like that. Wow. Yeah, there's always crookedness in some of these brokerages. All right, guys, moving my stop up on SOXS. 322 stop is observed. 322 stop. Look at the Russell selling into the close here. Is that NYCB breaking down again? Yeah, it sure is. KRE under pressure. NYCB, whole market under pressure. Come on, baby. One more little dip on the Russell. that was a nice little close. So we did take profits. If the Russell gets back above this little neckline zone, I'll probably secure those other options. I'll sell the other option for another gain. But wow, nice little dip there. Too bad the S&P hasn't sold off a little bit more. Still up a little bit on the trade, but would have liked to see it hit 5-way. There's still time. There's still time. Russell's still selling as the SPY's trying to push up, guys. So the Russell's still selling as the S&P is trying to push up. We have 20 minutes left in the session. Pretty decent volume in this area on the Russell. Nice little technical wedge pattern breakdown. Haven't confirmed yet. 5-minute chart, still trying to wick above it. So a bounce is coming into the major indices. All right, guys, I just closed the rest of those cons on the Russell, and I did get stopped out of the SOXS. So SOXS profits have been taken, 322, another 2.86%. Good job on that trade. And I did close the rest of those Russell put options. Still have that SPY 0 DTE just in case we see some sort of a crazy dump, but it is looking like they're more inclined to maybe pump this into the end of the session with Apple catching a bid here, Microsoft. So, we may take a little bit of a loss. Yeah, these are going to go against us. All right, I'm going to... it's tricky. Still got lower highs. But time is not our friend on these 0 DTEs. Big push up in Apple, so nice move there. SPY also pushing up, so these... Come on, SPY. You gonna do us dirty like that? You're level 3 on Robinhood. I do have a margin count, but I don't use margin. Appreciate your intent to help. No problem, Ram. No problem. Rattlesnake, you make them sound like that. Yeah, I think 356 will come on SOX, Ram. I think it will. You have a better average than I do on my swing trade, so that should tell you something. No, I mean, you just look at the semis. They're still just becoming super saturated. NVIDIA PE 71, AMD PE 392, AVGO PE 42, SMCI's PE is 83.9, Microsoft's 37, Apple's is 27. I think this, I'll have to look at what the QQQ is, but just unbelievable, relentless strength across the semiconductors. There will be profit taking. There will be. I know it's taking a lot longer than most people think, and we all want instantaneous gratification, gains that happen right away every day. But the market doesn't work like that, right? There's a lot of people that are over-levered. There's a lot of people who shorted semis too early, who shorted semis too big. You could have shorted semis too early, But as long as your position management and risk sizing is appropriate, you'll be okay. But right now there's people that are being liquidated, having to cover, which is only propelling it higher. So there's a lot of people that are over leveraged. They're nervous. They want the semis to drop, but they're not dropping. So you're just seeing short coverings, squeeze after squeeze after squeeze. But I still think there's going to be a big rotation trade out of semis into some of the other beaten down names, other sectors. That's what I'm seeing at least. But look, these wild swings in semiconductors, give us the opportunity to make money. Intraday day trading. So this is why it's the volatility is actually very useful to us, because we've been able to bank on stocks intraday. Swing trades might be lagging a little bit, but those are, you have a lot of time on the clock with swings. Sometimes they happen over a week or two, sometimes they happen over a couple months, but day trading allows us, these big intraday swings where we get NVDA for $5-6 drops, semiconductors for a nice 2-3% gain. Those compounding day trade wins just are amazing extra fuel for your investment accounts. We're on here pretty much frequently every day, providing a lot of alpha opportunities, and consistently we're making money. Sure, we have our odd days where we have, say for instance, AMD, which I'm still lagging on, still holding that one. At this day trade, it's a decent sized position at 205. 205.11. Sure, that one has taken a couple days to basically try to play out, but still holding it. I do think it will pay. But for the majority of the part, most of our day trades are pretty spot on. Pretty spot on. SPY moving right back up. So we've banked on Apple, we've banked on NVIDIA 2 or 3 times today. I have to double check the positions. We've banked on Abercrombie and Fitch, we banked on SOXS, we banked on the Russell put. Been a lot of successful trading. We banked on a rig long. Still swinging Apple overnight, which were nicely in the money already. I think Apple easily retests 170. Again, just look how oversold Apple is, making another new daily low, another lower RSI, 22.44 on the daily. Let's see the intraday action, 25 on the 4-hour chart. Big push in the semis there and SPY. All sectors are green except for XLY. All sectors green except for XLY. So this put may probably gonna have to take a loss on it unless we get some sort of a crazy dump on the S&P, which isn't looking likely off this zone, especially when you have Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft all curling up to the high side. But so far, positive day for the indices, led by, once again, yours truly, the semiconductors. Yours truly, the semiconductors. So a really big push into the close for the S&P. New York Community Bank managing to be up 9.94% on the session. 9.94%. Pretty impressive move. Pretty impressive move. Probably does get some follow through tomorrow. That would not shock me. Take a look at NVIDIA right back up. Let's see if NVIDIA is going to close above its previous high pivot. Yeah, so right now you are 876.94. So you were right on that zone, and they saved it off that EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. That's what we discussed. Look at that bounce. Wow. Our members were able to take a couple new trades today. Our members did enter a couple new trades today. So if you're interested to learn what we're trading, definitely check out tradingcapital.ca. So we entered a new trade today. Big bounce continuing. Really big bounce continuing. Last 12 minutes of the session. Are we going to get a power candle? So what's interesting is here we have this similar pattern on the SPY. So notice this down move, up move, down move, similar to what NVIDIA is showing on its chart, down move, up move, down move, except NVIDIA has relative strength because it's trading above the neckline here. And you can see SPY getting rejected at the neckline. So perhaps we run into a scenario tomorrow where NVIDIA sees some profit taking and it falls below this neckline, just like what the SPY is trading here. So watching that closely. You know, very similar chart, except NVIDIA is above its little neckline here, and the SPY is below it. So maybe tomorrow we see NVIDIA break below this little neckline. Could be a little indication, but a nice little sell-off there. Huge 1-minute candle. I mean, take a look at that dump. Boom. Heavy volume. Heavy volume. NVIDIA really didn't even budge there. So that was Apple, Microsoft that sold off. But nice wins for us on the day trade session. It's been a pretty good day for us. So congrats if anyone's been able to trade alongside with us. And I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. It's been a day where I stayed with you guys all day long. It was pretty slow. You know, the markets have been chopping in a range. And then all of a sudden you get a big down move and then it gets bought right back up. So it's been volatile, but it still felt slow. It still felt really slow. Yeah, I feel you, Ram. I feel you. Me too. Another day where NVIDIA narrows the distance between Apple and itself. Apple's market cap 2.61 trillion, NVIDIA 2.21 trillion. Remember when we all thought it was crazy, Apple passing Amazon? Amazon's only at 1.8 trillion. NVIDIA's head and shoulders above. Almost 410 billion above Google. Sorry, almost 410 billion above Amazon. Like, just fathom that. fathom that. It's crazy. Really wild. Really wild stuff. Witnessing history here. Just want to look at something really quickly. So SPY is starting to come down a little bit more now. A little bit more. It appears to be NVIDIA closing with another new all-time high. Another new all-time high. So NVIDIA's biggest pullback for the year was right ahead of that earnings gap up, where NVIDIA pulled back roughly about 10%, 11% into the 20-day moving average. That's been your biggest pullback, and it's been higher highs ever since. All right, guys, so it appears they're going to be pumping this into the close, a really big pump into the close. We have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left in the session. Amazon, Google, both negative. Nat Gas negative, Bitcoin strong, Tesla down by another 2.2%. Sorry, Elon. NVIDIA up 3, Apple down 0.5, Microsoft down 0.1. So another rare divergence where you see the Q's up substantially in the session, but 4 big mega caps down: Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. So just showing you where all the liquidity is flowing into the semiconductors alone. Honestly, Amazon's chart's not looking too hot. That hourly chart on Amazon's not looking hot. Google as well. Google looks like it wants to head a little bit lower, but Google is hitting, to pierce the daily 200 MA. Your next support, I like Google around that 129.30. That's the weekly 50 MA. So Google, and an upsloping trend line. So Google does have some support. So keep your eye on Google in the coming days and sessions, because it is looking like a little bit of a better technical setup than some of these other mega caps on the long side. Google looking like a nice potential technical setup on the long side. So I'm watching that one closely. And they're pushing NVIDIA up. They've pushed Apple up. Yikes. Amazon closing pretty weak. Just like we said, Amazon's hourly chart's looking disgusting. Amazon's closing super, super weak. Into the end of the session as of now, pretty much closing near the lows. Meta curling down. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA getting a bid. But wow. All right, guys, that's the market wrap. Thank you all for tuning in to Trading Capital's live stream. We will be on tomorrow again, so stay tuned, stay ready. 8:30, be ready in the pre-market. Initial job loss claims will come out. So nice profitable day for us in the trading session, closing quite a few winners. Our biggest one was that Abercrombie and Fitch, and then our SOXS, and then a few times NVIDIA on the short side. We also banked on those Russell puts, lost on that SPY put at the end there. Unfortunately, swinging Apple day trade overnight. Swinging Apple day trade overnight at this 168.99 zone. On that note, the bright spots in the markets, semiconductors. What else is new? NYCB, let's just take a quick peek at that to see how it closed the session. So New York Community Bank did manage to secure funding. Daily chart, it actually managed to eke out a small positive gain, but the negative is you're still closed below that pivot. And the fact that you wicked all the way up to this 439 zone and got sold into, a little concerning. But as of now, potential daily reversal, still bearish the fact that you're under this 360 pivot zone. So if you can get it back above that, then I do think gap fill can be a likely scenario, but definitely strain in the regionals off of that news. They did manage to firm up on the back of that news, but still I think that there could be another scenario like NYCB that pushes regionals banks lower. Powell today basically telling the market that the inflation fight is not over. Fed rate cuts are still being discussed, and I don't think they're ready to cut yet. Yield markets sold off though, 2-year, 10-year down, dollar down, gold and silver up. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Stay tuned for more action tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just reading one of the members' comments here. Yeah, Ram, you guys tempted me to buy another NYCB straddle, so let's see how it goes. Did you get into that? Ram? NYCB straddle? You're going to go for the Hail Mary there? Yeah. So yeah, just to sum things up, pretty positive day. Although you did have company 1 and company 2, Apple, Microsoft down in the session, Tesla down, Google, Amazon all down. So pretty miraculous to once again see the Qs positive by a great margin when you have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the biggest companies in the world negative. So it just shows you how much concentration is flowing into these semiconductors. Is it ever going to stop? Are we in a bubble? These are questions that will eventually get answered, but at this point in time, another day for King NVIDIA. King NVIDIA is just showing relentless power to the upside. Ram said yes, he did take the NYCB straddle. So we'll see how it goes. I think I wish you guys luck. You're brave souls. We could wake up down another 20-30%, or we could wake up and it's up 40-50%. Definitely it has a little bit of positive news, and obviously the fact that it was down 40% today and managed to close positive is a short-term positive. KRE, although, closed negative on the session. So just realize that KRE still closed negative on the session today. On that note, I'm going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you all for tuning in. Briston, Paul, Eric, Ram, It's Common Sense, everyone else that I haven't mentioned here. Thank you all, and hopefully we'll all see you tomorrow and we can make some more money. Take care, everybody. Cheers. Thanks, Ram.